If everyone from the public could come in and be seated, please. We'd like to begin the meeting. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene our Dana Point City Council meeting for September the 16th. City Attorney Munoz, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We had one item in closed session that we need to report out on. It was the first item on the closed session agenda relating to a Public Records Act request that we received from the Surfrider Foundation, asking that we consider whether to provide a fee waiver for some documents they've requested. The council considered the matter and declined the fee waiver. That concludes my report.
Great, thank you. If you'll all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and the invocation will be led by the Orange County Fire Authority chaplain.
Please place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'd allow me to give thanks for us. God, thank you for blessing our great city, the crown jewel of Orange County, Dana Point. We thank you for the city, for its leadership. Thank you for the way you protect it, the way you provide for it. Would you bless the conversation here tonight as we talk about hard issues, but also would you bless our leaders who sacrifice their time during the week to prepare for these meetings. It's in your powerful name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Please be seated. At this time, we'll move on to presentations and proclamations. We'll begin with the business of the month, which is Cornerstone Openings.
Good evening, Mayor Bartlett, members of the City Council. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce the business of the month for September 2014 Cornerstone Openings. This evening, we're joined by Cornerstone Openings President and CEO Sean Scholl. Located on Pacific Coast Highway across from the La Plaza Center, Cornerstone Openings opened 3 years ago and is a premier provider of customs windows and doors throughout Orange County. They offer fine quality bifold doors, lift and sliding doors, clad French doors, vinyl windows, and everything in between, all at factory direct prices. They also provide services by partnering with local contractors to provide home consultations, engineering calculations for beams and headers, relocation of electrical equipment, as well as complete installation, drywall, and stucco repair. Customer service is one of their key priorities. They pride themselves on being able to service their customers' needs and provide them with a customized door or window to suit their needs. Their ultimate goal living in this beautiful area is to provide the customers with a marriage of indoor and outdoor recreational space, bringing the indoors out and the outdoors in. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to congratulate Cornerstone Openings on being selected as Business of the Month for September 2014. We wish you many years of success and prosperity.
Sean, if you could come meet me front and center. Cornerstone Openings, our business of the month, is one of those hidden gems of a business in Dana Point. You wouldn't necessarily know it's there unless you called Sean to come out and consult. He's got a wonderful brochure, and on the back side, you have a photo of a home or business that's overlooking Dana Point Harbor. Where is that? It's a beautiful house right on the bluff. He does some great work in the city. He's got business that's been here for a while and very, very high quality work. You know, we have a lot of development going on in the city, both residential, commercial, and retail. And Sean's company is doing work in a lot of these businesses that are local. So I wanted to highlight his business as Business of the Month. They're going to be here for many, many more years to come. So any of you that are doing renovations or new businesses or remodeling, give Sean's company a call. It's a local Dana Point business that we want to highlight. He does a great job, very high-end work, and want to congratulate you. So thank you so much for being Business of the Month. Okay. John, we have a certificate of recognition for you for Cornerstone Openings, Featured Business of the Month for September 2014. The City of Dana Point takes great pleasure in featuring Cornerstone Openings located at 34167 Pacific Coast Highway in Dana Point, and extends our congratulations on being named Dana Point Featured Business of the Month by Mayor Lisa Bartlett on behalf of the Dana Point City Council and the City of Dana Point. Congratulations. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? John's a little shy. We're going to just take some photos. Next, we have our Employee of the Month for September, Matt Kunk. If we could have our Director of Public Works, Brad Fowler, come up, please. And Matt, if we could have you come up also. Brett?
Good evening, City Council. I'm really pleased to recognize the contributions that Matt Kunk makes to your city. The mayor has recognized him for this month, and I thank you so much. Matt is head of our Development Engineering Division. So what that means is for development projects that come in, if you need a grading permit, he and his staff are the people that you see there at the counter, and they'll issue the grading permit. If there's flood issues that might need to be addressed, he works with the floodplain and had to establish the base flood elevation out in San Juan Creek this past year. If you have issues with geotechnical concerns in terms of, how is your home going to stand up in an earthquake? How is it going to deal with liquefaction and things such as that? He's your man. If you have issues that come in that you are concerned about traffic, about the development, and need to look at issues that come in to us, all the civil engineering side of the business that comes in with these new projects, he has done this. He's also pitched in and helped us during the recession with our capital improvement program when we were downstaffed, and has worked to try to be a team player with everyone here with the city. So I know that he works closely with the planning and the building department and community development. So when you come in, hopefully you don't say, oh, we'll go over here, or we'll go over there, or we'll go over someplace else. We try and work as a team, and he's the middle of the sandwich because it goes planning, engineering, and building. So very thankful to have him. He's been promoted to a senior civil engineer here in his tenure. Thank you very much.
He's like the turkey in the turkey sandwich, then. Congratulations. I hear that. As you can tell, Matt wears many hats, and he's very deserving of our Employee of the Month. We have so many great employees in the City of Dana Point. Every single month, it's so hard to choose. And that's a good thing for the City of Dana Point. So, Matt, congratulations. I'm going to read a little bit of the certificate, but I think that Brad did a pretty thorough job in highlighting a lot of your achievements over the years. Let's see if there's something. How about Matt leads his division and various consultants in providing 5-star customer service at the engineering counter, processing public right-of-way encroachment and development-related permits, and supporting the community development department. Just about everything here has been covered. You've done a great job since you were hired in 2008, and we know you're going to be here for many, many more years to come. So congratulations on being the Dana Point Employee of the Month. Okay. Is your family here? Please bring up your family as well for photos. And Matt, would you like to say a few words? No. We're on a roll with that today. Nobody wants to talk. Can you introduce your family?
My wife, Lisa, who is also the Employee of the Month. She does a lot more work that's listed on here. This is my oldest son, Frankie, who's 5, just started kindergarten. This is our youngest, Jacob, who's just turned 2.
Congratulations. Next, we have a certificate of recognition for Stephanie Rose Ramsey. If we could have James Littlejohn come forward, please. He's the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Capistrano Valley. I'd like to say a few words about Stephanie. We have a certificate. James, the microphone's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Boys and Girls Club, a lot of you guys know what that is and what we do. Stephanie here has been one of our stars. She's been with the Boys and Girls Club since she was 7 years of age. As you know, we take education very seriously at the Boys and Girls Club on an after-school basis. We support Capital Unified School District, Saddleback Unified School District on an after-school basis. Stephanie has been, like I said, been with us for 11 years. We want all of our kids to get to 8th grade at 8th grade level. We want, after 8th grade, we'd like for them to graduate from high school and either do one of three things: go on to college, get into the military, get a vocational skill, trade, or something of that sort. She's a Dolphin from Dana Hills High. And she's one of the stars. She was valedictorian this year at Dana Hills High. So I think out of the last 3 years that we brought young adults to your meeting, we've had 2 valedictorians, and we're very proud of that, of those young adults coming from the Boys and Girls Club and taking education seriously, and their families taking education seriously. So thank you so much, Mayor.
As you can tell, we have a lot of superstars coming out of not only Dana Hills High School, but also Capistrano Valley Boys and Girls Clubs as well. We have a certificate of recognition for you. Okay. Yes, for Stephanie Rose Ramsey. Whereas Stephanie Rose Ramsey is 17 years old and has been a member of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Capistrano Valley for 9 years. And whereas Stephanie has been part of the Boys and Girls Clubs Major League Baseball softball team since 2008, and you've also coached the team for 2 years as well. You've graduated from Dana Hills High School as a valedictorian, and you received a certificate of recognition from the Health and Medical Occupations Academy and a Golden State Seal Merit Diploma. You plan to attend the Saddleback College in the fall and find your passion for future success, which I know is definitely out there for you. You've achieved so much in your short time already. So on behalf of the Dana Point City Council and the City of Dana Point, Stephanie, congratulations and best of luck to you in your education and future endeavors. Okay. Would you like to say a few words?
If I can say no again.
Okay.
I'll continue the trend.
Okay, right. The trend continues. All right, photos. Congratulations. Thank you. If we could have Orange County Fire Authority Chief Cliff Bramlett come forward, please.
Hello, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for giving me this time here. We have 2 life-saving certificates to give out tonight to Ed Schlegel and you can go ahead and come on up, please, and Bill Bowden. And this is, a great round of applause here. Wait till you hear what these 2 did. One of my ancillary duties is to sit on the Ceremony and Protocol Committee with the Orange County Fire Authority, so I'm always at the other end of this. So I'm really honored to be here tonight to see the results of some of our work. We usually vote on all of these certificates, so this is the first time I've actually gotten to give one out, so thank you very much for that. So back in February of this year, Ed and Bill were out at Jimmy's Famous Restaurant having a nice dinner, and both of them are retired LA County Fire Department, so you know they have the training, they have the eye, they know the ear, and they started to notice that somebody at another table was choking, and so they were choking on a big piece of meat. These 2 jumped up and went to assist the gentleman that was trying to help the person that was going down, and rolled them over and started the Heimlich maneuver and also some procedures for CPR. The person was not breathing at all, and they went ahead and dislodged a large piece of meat out of the person's throat. So saved the person's life. He started breathing spontaneously, And then now today he is out walking around amongst our community. We just don't know where. Yeah. So on behalf of the Orange County Fire Authority, to Ed Schlegel and Bill Bowden, whereas the Orange County Fire Authority establishes a life-saving award for acts which display anticipation, ingenuity, and participation in unexpected and unusual situations in saving of a life. Whereas on February 14th, 2014, at approximately 6:30 p.m., you and your friends who are retired from LA County Fire were having dinner at Jimmy's famous restaurant in the city of Dana Point. And whereas you noticed a patron from the restaurant attempting to Heimlich maneuver on a man that was choking, who was also a retired firefighter, which, by the way, he was a retired firefighter from Long Beach. That Bill Bowden and Ed Schlegel immediately took over and began CPR. As you could see, that the patron's attempts to save the man's life was not working. As you lowered the patient to the ground, you could see that his skins were turning purple, and he was not breathing, but he still had a pulse. After you began rescue breathing, a piece of food was dislodged from the patient, and he was able to sit up and start breathing again. Whereas because you and your fast thinking and caring actions, the patient's outcome was a success. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Orange County Fire Authority commends you, Ed Schlegel and Bill Bowden, for your valiant actions of saving a life. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. Let's get some pictures real quick. All right. Okay. Good job. I think I overlooked something. Heather, could you come up? And Sean, you won't have to say anything. But I forgot, the Chamber of Commerce also has a certificate of recognition for you.
I actually already gave it to him because I figured that I always get to come up here, and I know we have a full agenda, but I just want to say thank you for allowing the Chamber to be a part of the Business of the Month, and welcome to the Dana Point Chamber. We're going to give you a free year membership, and anything we can do to promote your business, and we're happy to have you here in Dana Point, so thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And next we have Breakthrough San Juan Capistrano. We have a presentation. Do we have Lorena Martinez here? Do you want to do it up here or do you want to do it at the podium? Okay, I'll let you take the microphone.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorena Martinez, and I am the director of Breakthrough San Juan Capistrano. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to speak a little bit of our program. So Breakthrough exists because we know that low-income students have a much lower chance of going to and graduating from college. And this has nothing to do with motivation or academic abilities. In fact, low-income students who are high-achieving still graduate from college at lower levels than low-achieving, high-income students. So that's why Breakthrough is here. Our mission is to increase the academic opportunities for underserved students so that they can go to college, and also to inspire and develop the next generation of educational leaders. That's why all of the teachers and the tutors in our program are all high school and college students that serve not only as teachers, but also as role models. So what we do is we provide 6 years of academic support for our students. Students enter our program before they enter 7th grade, and we provide them with summer school programs for 6 weeks for 3 years, and then after school we have tutoring for them and enrichment courses. Once they get into high school, we continue to provide college counseling for not only students, but also their parents. So their parents are completely aware of the steps that they need to do to be successful. And at the same time, we're providing students with amazing mentors in our college and high school intern teachers. So our students, the majority are from low-income families, will be the first in their families to graduate, are Hispanic or Latino, and while the majority live in San Juan Capistrano, the city with the second largest group of students is Dana Point. We started in 2006 with only 22 seventh grade students, and since then we have served over 234 students. We've trained over 141 intern teachers. Our summer program serves 80 students each year. 54 students will be attending Marco Forster, and then we have 70 high school students all throughout local high schools such as Capo Valley, Dana Hills, San Juan Hills High School, and few get scholarships to attend St. Margaret's. During the summer, we prepare students and we teach them curriculum that they'll eventually learn the next year. So when they do go back to school, they're prepared and more likely to get better grades. What I really love about this program is that after 9 years, we know this program is working. The majority of our students earn A's and B's in high school, in middle school and in high school. Each summer, we have proven academic growth. This past summer, our average student increased their reading levels by 1 full grade in just 6 weeks. 100% of our students have graduated from high school, 60% are now in college, and our parents also feel that the program is better preparing them to be advocates for their students. Here are just some of our Breakthrough supporters and our advisors. I'm glad to see there's many people in this room that are already aware of Breakthrough and support us in many different ways. So lastly, I would just like to leave you with a couple things. When you go home today, please like our page on Facebook to learn more about our program. If you visit our website, you can sign up for our mailing list. If you would like to see our program in action, please come visit us. We have monthly open house tours, and in the summer we have an open house where everyone is invited to come. Mayor Bartlett attended our Visitors Day, and I thank you so much for taking the time to meet our students and our teachers. And lastly, for the city council members, as advocates of our community, I really encourage you all to just learn more about our program, talk about our program. This is a great resource in our community. There are 33 Breakthrough sites across the country, and this is the only one in Southern California. So it's something we should be, this is the only one, in Southern California. This is something we should be really proud of. And if you're interested in hosting our teachers, we're always looking for families to host our teachers for the summer. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Lorena. The Breakthrough program is really an incredible program for young students. And if you would like to get involved, check out the website. So, Lorena, thank you very much for coming this evening. We now move on to our consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council, the public, or staff request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Are there any items to be removed by staff?
None this evening, Mayor Bartlett.
Any items to be removed by the public?
No, Mayor Bartlett.
Okay. Any items to be removed by the City Council?
Item 23, please, Madam Mayor.
All right. Item 23. Do we have a motion to approve the balance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need a hand vote, City Clerk? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. I'll just start from the end there. Councilmember Olvera.
Aye.
Councilmember Schoeffel.
Aye.
Councilmember Bilbro. Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg. And,
Aye.
And Mayor Bartlett.
Aye.
Thank you.
That item passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 23 on the consent calendar. Councilmember Breaux, would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Bartlett. If I could, I'd like to ask Mike Killenberg to provide an overview of the budget report.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, we're in the second fiscal year of a 2-year budget, namely our fiscal year 15 budget that just began on July 1st. 16 months ago, when this year's budget was adopted, we had projected a $13 million beginning fund balance. That is $13 million on July 1st of this year. That $13 million projected fund balance was net of paying for the $9.2 million TCH first phase of the Town Center Lantern District project. Since that time, 15 months ago when we adopted the budget, we closed fiscal year 13 back on June 30th of 2013 with an operating surplus of $1.6 million. And for the fiscal year that we just ended, 2014, we saw another $3.5 million operating surplus. The 3.5 is broken down by $2.5 million better in revenues than projected and $1 million less in expenses than were budgeted. Plus, we sold the Villa Canyon property for $3.625 million. The past 2 years of operating surpluses and the sale of that property have resulted in an $8.7 million improvement to our projected beginning fund balance for this fiscal year over what was contemplated 15 months ago. Our revenues currently are nearing the pre-recession lows, pre-recession highs, I should say, and our operating expenses have been kept in check, together providing some modest operating surpluses now. We look forward at our finances with guarded optimism, however, knowing full well that the economy can change pretty quickly for the worse, and we'd have to be dealing with what we just went through the last 5 years. Recall that a couple months ago in June, the council approved a $7.7 million transfer to our CIP fund from the general fund for the Del Prado phase of the Town Center and Lanner District project, which included the use of the state budget impacts reserve, which is $1.4 million in the general fund, and the general fund's CIP reserve to the tune of $2.5 million. I mention this simply because that transfer occurs actually this fiscal year. You were making the budget adjustment for this fiscal year, even though it was in June prior to the fiscal year. Staff proposes tonight that the council authorize budget for some of the efforts that began last fiscal year, some of the programmatic efforts, and for which open contracts and purchase orders totaling $263,000 need to be carried over to this fiscal year to complete, and which are roughly offset by $214,000 of reimbursement revenue, particularly from developments. The contracts and purchase orders are listed out in the staff report, and this is a recurring process we do every year for purchase orders and contracts that carry over across fiscal years. There are also some new items proposed in this proposal that, including the renovation of Thunderbird Park, roughly $140,000 is being asked for. Some microfilm scanning equipment for the clerk's office at $12,000, and a variety of minor public works programs where the budgeted funds were not expended last fiscal year. We're asking to carry them over to this year. All told, and including the current proposed budget amendments and the $7.7 million Del Prado project that was funded by the council in June, the projected ending general fund balance at the end of this current fiscal year, so that's next June 30, stands at $13.6 million, which is roughly $500,000 more than was projected 16 months ago when we started into this 2-year budget. I also wanted to mention a couple of projects that our accounting staff's been working on, namely installation of new accounting software. We've been working on that since June, and we're rolling into our annual financial audit using the information out of that new accounting software. We're also working on the fee study that we started in late spring. I mentioned our annual financial audit, and then finally, the council directed us in June to put together a 5-year pro forma model that we're currently completing, and we'll be seating the investment review committee to go over those projections, some of the assumptions that might go into it, and also talking about reestablishing the CIP reserve, in particular in the general fund that was used for the town center phase 2. And with that, I stand ready to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Breaux, do you want to lead off?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I mainly pulled that item because reading through this, I wanted the residents of Dana Point to know what great financial shape the city's in. The revenues are exceeding projections, and we are also taking on the largest project in our history. So I mainly wanted that to get out to the residents of Dana Point. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Okay, I think Councilmember Schoeffel had some comments as well.
Yeah, just briefly. First of all, thanks, Mike, for putting together such a great report. And it is encouraging to see that our prudence over the years has paid off, and we are in strong shape, even though the council has elected to go forward with a big gulp on the Del Prado improvements. I will go forward, and I will make a friendly aye on this motion, but I'll reserve some discussion on that item for another item later tonight. But thank you for the complete and very thorough report.
Okay, other council members wishing to comment? Okay, then we have a motion and a second. Could we call for the vote, please?
Absolutely. Let's see. Councilmember Breaux. Aye. Councilmember Olvera.
Aye.
Councilmember Schoeffel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Bartlett.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you.
That item passes 5-0.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to make a suggestion since item 24 will probably take 20, 30 minutes, and which is a fairly long item, that we move item 25 and 26 ahead of it. So those people that are here for that don't have to sit through the next 2, 3, 4 hours of detail. And they can, those that want to do the skateboard park can go home and get ready for school.
All right. We can grant that. So we'll now move on to new business, or unfinished business, actually, item number 25. And even though we're not at the Dana Point City Hall this evening, I just want to let everyone know we are having a live television feed for the viewing audience. Okay?
Excuse me, Mayor Bartlett, if I could just clarify.
Certainly.
Would the council like to have, because we haven't had the public comments as of yet, would you
know,
like to hear the public comments
I think
and
we
then
should have,
change the order?
yes, that is correct. Let's have public comments first. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Let's move on to public comments at this time. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 15 minutes for this public comments portion of the agenda. At the mayor's discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the City Council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. The City Clerk will distribute any handouts that you may have. We do have a few comments this evening. I will call your name, and if you could come up to the podium, please, state your name and your city of residence. The first speaker this evening is Nancy Jenkins.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Jenkins. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I'm here to 2 groups with my community involvement. The first is the Dana Point 5th Marines. Several years ago, we had a program known as Operation Joining Forces in support of our Marines serving in harm's way in Afghanistan. We now find ourselves in the same position, and we are looking for civilians to join the group. What does this mean? Well, at this time, we have 98 Marines signed up, and these Marines are going to be serving 6 to 7 months in the Middle East. And for the civilian match that we're looking for, it can be a family, it can be like a business, like the business office of a big corporation, it could be the Cub Scouts or the Girl Scouts, and the commitment they make is 2-part. Number 1, they will send individual packages to the Marines, probably once a month, and those will be packages that you will know what your Marine likes. For instance, I've been gathering some of that data from the 98 Marines we have signed up, and some of them said, oh, just a letter would be great. And others said, hey, if you send me some, cheetahs and some fast food stuff, some energy stuff. And then one person wanted tobacco. So, it would be knowing specifically what they want. Because there are many groups that send generic packages, and they're kind of tired of 20 tubes of toothpaste that they get at Costco, and people put them all in the box. So those individual ones. The second part of that is you would establish a relationship with a family behind. For instance, there might be, a lot of them are single Marines, but those that might be married, some of the family is back on the East Coast. So maybe if you just wrote them a letter, that would be fine. But we do have some families living here in Southern California, and they have children, and maybe seeing them at Christmas or Thanksgiving would really be beneficial. If you are interested, go on the web to DanaPoint5thMarines.com, and in the left side banner, there is a dot that says Operation Joining Forces, Adopt a Marine. Thank you for your consideration, and hopefully you will become part of the www.DanaPoint5thMarines.com. And is that my beeper? Can I have one more second to show you my shirt? I dressed appropriately tonight because this weekend is the second organization that I'm working in, and that is the Relay for Life. And in particular, I'm in charge of the cancer survivors, which are the first event on Saturday morning, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Our sheriff for the county, Sandra Hutchison, will be there and as a speaker, and all the cancer survivors, that's what it's all about. Come out, you get a purple shirt, you do the first lap, and we serve you lunch. And then anybody could come for 24 hours and walk the same course. So I'll see you all about 4 in the morning, right? Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Okay, please. Our next speaker is Todd Glenn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Todd Glenn. I'm a citizen of Dana Point, Monarch Beach. I'm a member of VOM, of Voices of Monarch Beach, and I want to have an opportunity to say thank you to the group Save Dana Point. I'm very impressed with how they are working to try and stop the Doheny Hotel project. And reading over the documentation that they've provided on their website, it is exactly the same nightmare that VOM is going through regarding South Shores Church and the disregard for the planning process that the city uses. I think that the city council is incredibly pro-building, and I think that they do not represent the local citizens in this area. I think they may all represent other people, as I saw in the documentation from Save Dana Point. There's donations and things that have happened. The EIR process is supposed to be 100% transparent. The draft EIR is supposed to be 100% transparent. The city council and the planning commission is much like a clam. They never wish to open up and share anything in the planning sessions, so it becomes a push and shove arrangement at the end of the meeting, when the city council now talking to a builder for variances for 35 feet higher hotel, for a 6th-floor hotel. It seems ludicrous that you would even consider overriding your own planning commission's rejection of this particular document. I don't understand how you can sit there and accept the fact that you are going against your own guidelines for building, whether it be Salt Creek and the Visual Corridor, or whether it be Lantern Park. That's my concern. I am very much against the process of the Doheny Hotel, and I think it's too large a project for too small of a site. And I think I have 30 seconds.
I know, but you're talking on another agenda item at this point, so that's not to be considered during normal public comments.
Shame on me. I'm so sorry.
You can come back and speak again on that agenda item, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Scott Williams.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Scott Williams. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I also have a boat in the Dana Point Marina. And what I'm here to talk about is I'm speaking for the thousands of boaters who would like to anchor outside Dana Point Harbor. The colony is gone. That's those the derelict boaters, the boaters that in the bottom of the recession got their free boats and didn't have good anchorages, and they cost the city a lot of money. And it was expensive to clean those boats up. Everyone understands that. But now there's no anchoring for 500 yards, and that helped get the colony out of there. 500 yards anchoring outside of the harbor is where there's no safe anchorage. So, but now what about the responsible boaters who are not a public nuisance? On my boat, I have $800,000 in oil cleanup, and I have 4 quarts of oil on the boat. I have a holding tank. I have enough chain to hold me in a hurricane. I pay property tax on the mud under my slip. And we feel we should be able to anchor out there. The area is larger than the harbor itself. No one can enjoy it. The area is paradise, and we say no anchoring. And what I mean by paradise, it's been an anchorage forever. It's the only natural anchor between San Diego and Los Angeles. That's why Cabrillo came here and that other Dana guy. And because it's beautiful. It's sandy. The natural topography stops strong onshore winds from the west. And as we all know, we don't get heavy Santa Anas there if you tuck in there by San Clemente. So it's beautiful, yeah. We can anchor now inside the harbor by the bait barge and the field docks, or go over by the Ocean Institute and Diaper Beach. So we would like registered anchoring. Or why not moorings? Moorings are already happening next to Belmont Pier in Long Beach. You can't anchor at all in Long Beach for the same reason we don't want anchoring out there. People drag anchor and it costs money. Yeah. And why not mega yachts out there? It's a perfect place for that. And that's income, a lot of income for the city. It's like if Avalon has boats, they don't want to kick those boats out. That's a lot of income. And yeah, please regulate this anchoring so we will all benefit. And I haven't talked to anybody in the last 3 years since I've been documenting the colony and what's going on that wouldn't be completely thrilled with this. And I think it'd be a real benefit and a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Colaco. Jason, are you here? Okay. We'll now move on to our next speaker, Karen Schnell.
Good evening. My name is Karen Schnell, and I'm a resident of Dana Point. I'm here this evening, though, wearing another hat. As the chair of the John Wayne Airport Arts Commission, I just want to share with you the brand new exhibition that's up at the airport. It showcases Orange County's 125th anniversary of 125 years. So with this exhibition, visitors and residents alike can explore Orange County's rich 125-year arts and cultural history. This exhibition is in the non-secure side, so even if you're going there to pick up somebody, you don't have to be going on a flight. You can see this great exhibition. It's in between, it's on the pedestrian walkway between Terminal C and Terminal B. As part of this exhibition, they have even done a really wonderful brochure to give highlights of this history, 125 years of Orange County. We were really proud. There were several Dana Point people up at the opening reception, and Dana Point is showcased really well. From our wonderful harbor to the Ocean Institute to all of our beaches, Dana Point is really showcased really, really well. You can find this online at ocair.com, this brochure, or pick up one when you're at the airport the next time. Also, as part of the historical 125 years, Councilman Carlos Olvera is also on the Orange County Historical Commission and was very involved in putting together an Orange County historical map. This is also at the Orange County site. It's interactive. You can find the different historical sites throughout the county and the different parks and all the areas. It's amazing how many different historical and cultural places we have here in Orange County. We can be very, very proud of what we have. So with all of that, I would like to just give these to all the city council members. So I'll bring them over to you, Kathy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. And our final speaker at public comments is Aaron O'Neill. Please state your name and city of residence. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erin O'Neill. I don't even live in Dana Point. I live in Laguna Niguel. But we're here all the time. My daughter's in dance. I just happened to be here today, and I felt like I needed to speak out. In good conscience, I couldn't let it go. This summer, we kept driving down to the beach and seeing trees taken out, quite a lot of trees. And I think maybe there's a disease going on with pines and whatnot. I didn't see any sort of disease happening with the trees in front of Lantern Bay Park, and my kids and I saw what seemed like a decimation. I mean, I love trees. I'm from Oregon, so I know this sounds really dramatic, but this is like coastal country, right? It is sort of like you've got a cliff and you've got brushland, and all the trees that we have, we put a lot of water, drip lines to get these things going. And it can take 20 years for a mature tree to grow. I know this. You know, my dad has an orchard in Northern California and Christmas trees in Oregon. And so I guess I have a personal connection to this, but I just don't understand. I mean, I heard through the grapevine that some people wanted to play a ball game. And I'm like, really? You want to roll a ball over the tree trunks? Can't you just go through the trees? There's like a lane. So please, this is the first time I've been here. Maybe I need to get more involved, but please don't take our mature trees down. We need them. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. These trees make it beautiful. This is a beautiful landscape. Let's not kill it. I feel like I'm in the Lorax, and we need mustaches, Come on. So please, 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 let's just be a little conscious of it and stop taking these things down. Right? Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comments for this evening. We'll now move on to unfinished business. This is going to be item number 25. If we could have a staff report, please.
Yes, Mayor Bartlett, if you just give me 1 second so I can get to number 25 in my book. Okay. Item number 25 is a consideration of award for a contract for the construction of the PCH Del Prado Streetscape Improvement Project Phase 2. Based upon council direction, we put this out to bid, and we have reviewed the bids and are in a position to recommend the lowest responsive bidder, which I believe, if I recall correctly, Brad, is the lowest bidder. And they do have a history with the city. What's also important to point out is that a council member had pointed out to me earlier in the day that Mr. Fowler and I, when we returned, we would talk or make note of the cost of just simply turning the roadway to two-way as opposed to doing all of the improvements that we would expect to seek some form of reimbursement for as part of the development impact fee. Mr. Fowler went through and took the detailed line item bid sheet for me, and he prepared a column of simply returning it to two-way. Of the line items that were proposed, the cost associated based upon what was provided of returning the roadway to simply two-way, including a 10% contingency and a 15% contingency for construction, inspection, and engineering, came up with a number of $2.152 million, or I should say $2.153 million if you round. That's provided, and we'd be happy to provide copies of that. What's important to point out, though, is that when we bid the larger project, there's an efficiency of bidding it a larger, and there's more efficiency associated with executing the contract. Should the council choose to return to a two-way, what we would suggest then is that the council reject these bids. We put it out to bid for just the two-way improvements, and then return subsequently with a new sheet. This number that was provided to me based upon the Public Works Director analysis is in the ballpark of the estimate he gave me about 2 months ago of just simply returning it to two-way. So I feel comfortable in there, but keep in mind that because of the efficiency we capture by doing it now, if the council rejects all bids and directs us to put it out with just the two-way and then awards a subsequent contract, that one as the additional pieces get executed in the future, we would expect to see about $1 million cost differential associated with putting it down the road. So, because we wouldn't necessarily capture the efficiency of doing it all right now. So I wanted to just simply point that out and say that Mr. Fowler and I and Mr. Killebrew are here to respond to any questions the council may have.
Okay, any questions from council at this time? Councilmember Schoeffel.
Yeah, just a brief question, and it is on topic, even if it doesn't seem on topic, and I don't know who to direct it to. But since I told Patrick I wasn't going to ask him any questions tonight, I will not direct it to him. So I'm going to turn to Ursula, and any of you can chime in if you'd like. Let's say that we go ahead with these contracts, and they look like very good contracts, by the way. Fine bid job. It's it is what it is. They get to work. They pour the concrete. They put in the median. They put up the palm trees and everything else. The discussion that I've heard over the months and frankly over the years is that will finish town center from the city's infrastructure project, therefore assuring that town center will be built in the manner in which it was planned originally. So I hope nobody disagrees with that being the motive force behind getting these things done right away. So my question, and I'll start with you, Ursula, is let's say they're all done, and a new city council is elected 2 years from now, 4 years from now, something like that. Is there anything to assure the city that it gets the benefit of its bargain for all the developer offsites and public works improvements that it pre-installed for this project? Is there anything that protects the city in that regard? Or can a new city council simply downzone the property and not permit what is currently permitted, the dimensions and densities and usages currently permitted, or upzone it to something that bears no resemblance whatsoever to the town center plan?
If I could, Mr. Schoeffel, I'd like to take a swing at that one. First of all, there's no way that when we can predetermine or look into our crystal ball and determine when build-out is going to be the development side. So I think although a project gets entitled, there's no guarantee that it will get constructed. We've had a case, and I'll use the Headlands commercial site, that was approved in compliance with the Master Coastal Development Permit. There was no appeal to the California Coastal Commission, and then the recession hit, and that project sat vacant, and the entitlements have since lapsed. So having said that, nothing is certain. So as far as build-out, there's no way we can determine that because we have no control over development.
Can I clarify my question?
No,
just
okay, I'm laying the foundation
okay.
if I could. So having said that, as far as the government goes, absent a development agreement that would bind development per se by a private developer to what the city has before it now, any city council at any time in the future, I believe, and I will stand corrected if Ursula cares to disagree, can make land use changes in the form of an LCPA. I would anticipate that if the future council were to initiate a discussion, they would follow a process very similar to the Town Center project, where they would reach out, seek public input, and then go forward with an LCPA that would require, of course, approval by the California Coastal Commission. So I think if I'm answering your question correctly, there's no guarantee, absent a binding development agreement, that a future council might not change the development standards, but there is a process, and it is a very time-consuming process.
Okay, so my point is, once the improvements are in, there is a guarantee that no future city council can change that process. And
that's correct, sir.
Probably a good thing because everybody wants the town center built. And if, future city councils could always readdress the development impact fee if they decided that, more reimbursement was necessary at the time. What I'm trying to figure out is a manner in which, or even if there is a way, if the city is going to front load all of those expenses which is contrary to the way I've typically seen it done, that the city would have the benefit of its bargain. And quite frankly, the landowners and future developers would get the benefit of their bargain and immunize themselves against any future downzoning of the property. So it would protect from downzoning. It would give the city protection from upzoning. There's already the protection if these contracts are approved and the improvements are done, that the city cannot change its mind on that because they'll be in the ground and literally growing into the sky. So what I hear you saying is, absent a statutory development agreement or some other means of vesting protection, where the city is sort of hanging out there a little bit.
That's correct. And again, I'm going off my recollection because it's been over 12 years since I left a city that had a very active redevelopment agency, and the way that we would protect everyone's interest in the respective redevelopment project areas was through the development agreement to give the agency, the city, as well as the developer some assurance of what the deal was that was struck on the front end.
Okay, that's my question for now. Thank
Ursula,
you.
would you agree with everything I've said, or?
Yes, and it's my understanding that a council cannot bind a future council on land use decisions.
Well, but correct me if I'm wrong, a council can bind a future council on land use decisions with a statutory development
Correct,
agreement.
with a development agreement, but in terms of zoning and things of that nature,
Yeah.
other larger land use policy documents.
Right, and that of course that would not be that would also be subject to any changes in any political entity that's superior to the city, like the state or the county. So I'm just suggesting that there will be absolute assurance that these the improvements are pre-installed. Wait for the infill development to catch up. And I'm looking for a way for the city to perfect, and the landowners and the businesses to perfect the benefit of their bargain, which is protection against downzoning and the city's protection against upzoning. But it strikes you at this point that a statutory development agreement might be a manner in which that could occur. And absent that, there would be complete vulnerability to the sort of the political vagaries and whims in the future. Okay, that's just my question so far.
Other questions from council? Councilmember Breaux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's stay on the process. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mr. Sharkevis, but the $2.5 million option that you outlined?
2.1 and change, I believe.
I don't see that in the
No,
report.
it's not in here, sir, and if the council were of the mind to proceed with that, we would recommend that you reject all these bids and we then...
So
put-
one city council member came to you with an idea, and you announced it as part of this staff report? And
No, I didn't.
Shouldn't that have been given to us as additional item or announced as part of the public notification process?
No, sir. One of the questions that came up today at about 3 o'clock was I was reminded of when we last met on this issue, and I'm going off my recollection that when the council gave direction to put this out to bid, that we do it in such a way that we could determine that number. And unfortunately, given the late hour and the fact that I didn't want to dispute that, I seem to recall we had that discussion, so I wanted to become prepared to respond to that question should it occur. But I literally received this analysis 5 minutes before the meeting was called to order. So that's why it was presented to you this evening, and I made a reference of it because I anticipated the question coming during the course of council discussion.
Okay, just I guess the legal question for Mr. Munoz, if we have an item to award a contract and there's 5 bids in there, is that 2.5 option without 72-hour notice? Can we even act on that?
No, you could not. If you tried to accept a bid and impose a 2.5 option, you'd be looking at bid protests. So if there's any desire to go down that path, we would recommend that you reject all bids, rebid the project for a specific, downsized project.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
And that was why I made that as a
Just thank you
caveat.
for your clarification.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Other council members, do you have any comments, questions before we have public comments? Councilmember Olvera.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it'd be prudent that if we do this piecemeal, that we have a schedule associated with it. That if we look at this 2.5 million and what it's going to get us, what is the completion schedule for the whole project to spend the rest of the funds?
If I could just clarify, there is not a $2.5 million option before this council right now. I was responding to a question I received this afternoon of just turning it to two-way, and at that time, the number was given was $2.153 million. That's merely a response to a question I received this afternoon, and we're not recommending that.
Okay.
Because what we would do is if the council doesn't like these bids and they wished an alternative, that's why we would suggest you reject this and rebid it.
Then I would think that we shouldn't reject it without the complete picture.
If I can just chime in to Councilmember Breaux in response to your question. The reason you were given the information is because we want to make sure that if one council member gets information, we make sure that everybody gets the same information. So it was meant to be a good thing.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Breaux.
Just one other item. As sort of a macro view, I know that over the summer there's been a lot of numbers that are inaccurate in the paper about bonding and things, and I just wanted to give the community sort of what we're looking at here. The first phase of PCH was $9.2 million. We're looking at awarding a project of $7.7 million to complete the town center. If you remember in the 2010 survey, it's by far over 90%. The residents want us to work with the owners in town center to do the project. It's been in the works for 25 years. We started 10 years ago with a subcommittee, 30 months of public hearings. A lot of changes were made. It was approved by the council in 2006. The Coastal Commission ratified it in 2008. And we jump-started it in 2012 when we had the money and the financial numbers looked right. So this is sort of the last part of it. And if you look at the numbers, 9.2 plus 7.7 is 16.9. You have to remember that when the state gave us PCH back in the day, they also gave us $3 million for maintenance. So that takes the city's obligation down to $13.9 million. We passed, which I voted against, a development impact fee on new development in town center. At full max out, although we're upfronting the money, the city will get $3 million back. That takes the city obligation down to $10.9 million. We also sold a piece of property via Canyon for $3.6 million. So when you add that up and subtract, the overall project is going to cost Dana Point residents $7.4 million in the long view. So I think that's well worth it to have a downtown. Any summer day, go sit by the Ritz-Carlton, watch the Laguna Beach Transit, pick up vacationers, take a left, and spend their money in Laguna. If we have more shops, more restaurants, more foot traffic, wider sidewalks, a pedestrian-friendly atmosphere, those tourists will spend money in here and we can recapture some of that tourist dollar. The other thing, the housing area in Lantern Village, I believe it's going to become a renaissance.
Councilmember Breaux, we're basically handling questions at this point with staff, and then I'm going to open public comments and then bring it back to the council for discussion.
Okay, I'm almost finished. So the housing area in Lantern Village will become very attractive, like Corona Del Mar. So the project is great, and I'll have some more comments later on.
Okay. At this point, with no more questions, do we have any public comments? We do. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll now open up this item 25 for public comments. Please come up to the podium, state your name and city of residence. First speaker is Betty Hill.
Hill, and I live in Capistrano Beach. At the City Council meeting where $7.7 million was allocated to Del Prado, a significant item was not on the agenda, but added surreptitiously, and residents were thereby denied the opportunity to comment. Debate on this item was also improperly curtailed, according to Robert's Rules of Order, by Councilman Olvera, Weinberg, and Breaux. Therefore, residents hereby request that this item be placed on the agenda at a future City Council meeting and be properly discussed and voted upon before awarding construction contracts for the improvements. There should be no rush to spend this money. Development in town center will take 10 to 15 years, and residents do not see any benefits from the money being spent today except to developers and property owners in town center. Money could be better spent solving the parking dilemma in town center. That would provide immediate benefits to residents, visitors, existing businesses, attract new shops and restaurants to town center. Providing for parking at some future time will cost the city additional millions. There needs to be a prudent budget plan for town center, consistent with ongoing development before more money is spent and costly mistakes are made. Otherwise, town center will become Dana Point's money pit. So I would like the 2.5 million option. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Steve Stewart.
I'm Steve Stewart. I live in Monarch Beach. I'm here to advocate that the council table this item and give the next council the chance to decide what to do with these funds. My reading of it and other people's readings that I've seen are that it's financially imprudent. It pulls too much money out of our reserves. It continues the philosophy of build it, they will come. We have no evidence that they're going to come and build according to our standards. They want variances. That may put us back a long time in terms of development here. Finally, if we take this money and spend it, we don't have the capability financially to continue the process of improving Doheny Village and Capo Beach. There are more parts to Dana Point than town center. People in Doheny Village and Capo Beach deserve their share of the pie. If we've spent all this money, they won't have it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Will McCormick.
Good evening. I'm Bill McCormack. I live in Newport Beach. I own property here in Dana Point. I have since 1971. I support approving this contract or these contracts as soon as possible. The pace has been set. The workers and the equipment have been proven and are working out there now and doing a great job. I drive into Dana Point and it's just breathtaking what I see with the beautiful palm trees lining Coast Highway. And I see the drawings of Del Prado with the same thing. And it just makes my heart beat fast. It's beautiful. If we delay this project, there's another factor that hasn't been mentioned this evening, and that's that we'll be into 2 winters with the project. Quite possibly, from what I understand, it's due to complete in September of 2015 if it's approved here this evening. If it's delayed, that means that we'll have the winter of 2014 and we'll have the winter of 2015 quite possibly to deal with, which is going to mean there's a lot of revenue that's going to be lost. It's going to mean that the momentum is going to stop. And we all, I'm sure, have in mind too that we're moving along parallel with the $140 million harbor development. We're moving along with the private money that's being spent by developers in the town center. At least $100 million that's either being planned now or on the drawing boards. We're in line with Caltrans, who is enlarging the intersections of Ortega and the beach cities and I-5 areas to accommodate this growth that we're having. Again, I just want to say let's do it now. Let's do it without delay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harold Kaufman.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Harold Kaufman from Dana Point. I think we finally arrived. We've been working on this plan, this town center plan, the Lantern District plan, forever. When I was on the council in '94, even before I was on the councils talked about town center. We went through 2 or 3 plans. We finally have a plan that's been accepted. It's gone through the Coastal Commission. We're at the point to complete what we want to do. I implore you to approve what's in front of you tonight. Do not line item anything out of there. Benches, poles, bike racks, everything, banners, all of those things are needed in town center to create the kind of ambiance and the culture that we're looking for, the people of Dana Point are looking for. We need to be careful how we develop the town center and what we allow in there eventually, but for what the city is looking for, what we're doing now is the right time to do this, and I implore you to approve this contract without any modification. Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes our public comments on this item. I'm going to bring this back to the City Council for discussion. And just to lead off the discussion, I think we all want a town center that's improved. But the timing and at what cost. When you talk about this particular project and allocating that $7.7 million, the city is always, and that's based on, the revenues are based on projected revenues, not actuals, because we can't have actuals, projected out to the future. So we're hoping we don't have a downturn in the economy, but if we do, certainly the revenue numbers are going to change. In order to accommodate that $7.7 million for this project on the Del Prado side, we're going to be wiping out literally our CIP fund. We're going to wipe out our fund for state budget impacts for contingencies. When you talk about cash flow, if we have CIP projects for the future, we're going to have to pay for those out of cash and cash flow. And I would not want to put the city in a very perilous position, particularly if we have a downturn in the next couple of years. We're going to have 3 new council members coming in November, and we want to leave the city in a very good financial position for those council members on the council and moving forward. I think the reduced plan of the 2.153 for the reduced project to turn it back to 2-way is probably a prudent way to go. I know in the long term the project may be $1 million more, but in the grand scheme of things, that $1 million that we would spend for the whole project in addition to what we've budgeted is probably nothing in comparison to putting the city at potential financial risk by taking a lot of funds right now and moving them over for the town center. We've got a Doheny Village plan. If we take the $3.6 million from the Villa Canyon sale and move that into town center, we have virtually nothing left for Doheny Village. So we will have a master plan for Doheny Village that will be created spring of 2015, and we won't have $1 to be able to put forth to that plan. I think we need to look at all areas of the city. We need to look at the residents that are in Capitol Beach, Monarch Beach, and Town Center. And we need to look at the allocation of dollars and what's fair. And I don't think it's really prudent for the city to allocate a large portion of its funds and reserves right now and taking reserves out of those accounts and putting the city at financial potential risk. I just don't think it's a wise thing to do. If we've got an option to scale back the project, turn PCH into 2-way, that street improvement alone is going to make some difference. And hopefully that'll spur on some developers to come into the city and say, you know what? We've got the 2-way on both sides now. I think we want to purchase some land or purchase a building and have a remodel of a project. We don't have a lot of developers right now literally knocking down our doors, even with the improvements on the PCH side. So I think we need to go about this prudently, and I don't want to put the city at financial risk. And I personally would be in favor of a reduced project at this point and keeping that money in some reserves, keeping the $3.6 million in for the Villa Canyon, from the Villa Canyon sale for Doheny Village, so that we've got earmarked dollars for the various projects spread out throughout the city, and we've got money set aside if we've got a CIP project or we've got an emergency. We need to have a rainy day fund. That's really, really important. We planned for that a number of years ago. That's why we had the State Budget Impact Fund. And this project, the way it's proposed in full, contemplates wiping out our state budget impact fund along with our CIP fund and some other funds. So we need to really think this thing through, and I'd love to get additional input from my colleagues on the council. So who would like to start? Anyone? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. Jim Miller, are you here? Yeah, there he is. I'm going to use what you said last time. You don't build a restaurant and then not build the kitchen. And that's what I hear people talking about. We did PCH, now we're going to, quote, not build the kitchen. We're not going to complete the plan that we started. And I'd like to ask a couple of questions of either Doug or Mike. We still have the mandated reserves, right? I mean, so spending reserves is not a correct statement. We still have the mandated reserves. This is basically, as you and I would call it in our personal life, our savings account.
Mike, I would say what we're doing is we're maintaining our reserves at all the council required levels, and the council is drawing down on available cash. Mike, is that a good summary, or tell me I'm wrong?
No, you're right. These are council designated reserves. They're not mandated. So there was discussions back in 2006 to set aside money for various purposes, emergencies, for cash flows. You know, our revenues don't come in equally as our expenditures are going out. So we've got, you know, cash flow deficiencies from one month, and then we'll have a surplus the next one. So cash flow reserve, they set aside a CIP reserve and a state budget impact reserve. The emergency reserve and the cash flow reserve were not touched. And then in addition to those, we also have projected with this project funded another $4 million still in undesignated fund balance.
So I could use the example of what you and I might do, and that is we want to remodel our kitchen. We save up, and then we make a decision, do we borrow money, or do we use our, quote, savings account that we saved up to remodel our kitchen? Is that a correct analogy?
The council, prior council set a policy saying we want money set aside. Right now, my projection for this year is we're going to end this year with 46% reserves. That's 46% of our annual revenues set aside in reserve accounts that are there by policy but could be spent on anything the council wants to spend it on. Okay. Is that, the 46%, is that before or after we spend, if we approve the $7.7 million? After, and as the mayor pointed out, it does take into account projections to finish this fiscal year. Which I suspect the economy won't get worse, it may get better, or it may stay the same. Things don't change drastically over, 3 or 4 months. I don't think Doug or I will go there after what we saw in 2008. No, but it doesn't fall off a cliff. It's a gradual dying.
There are no certainties, and we're not going to
No.
say that's the case, but yes.
So, and if I remember right, the state impact fund was set up when the state had the ability to, quote, borrow money from us without asking?
That's correct, and I recall that when I sat down with then Mayor Harkey, and she was the one who said we have to put this money aside in anticipation of the state taking it. As a result of what the state did subsequently, many of its, I don't want to say shenanigans, but their shenanigans have been legislated away, so they can't raid the coffers the way they used to be.
So that's money that is not needed today that was possibly needed in prior years? Is that correct?
Back in 2006, when the state budget impact reserve was established, there was identifiable revenue streams of ours, like property tax, for example, that the state could take just by making a budget decision when they were adopting their budget. Those were changes to the rules were put in place with constitutional protections voted in by the California voters that took those away. I don't see any revenues that they can take from us at this point in time, those that they could back in 2006 when that reserve was established.
And we're more certain of that than we are the future financial condition. But, yeah, we're pretty certain about that.
So, as Jim Miller said, you know, I think it's time to build the kitchen. So I will.
Okay. Do we have any other comments or questions from council members?
Madam Mayor?
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Bro, then Councilmember Schoeffel, and then Councilmember Olvera.
Thanks, Mayor Bartlett. Couple of things. Town Center was a finished plan in 2008. Doheny Village does not have a plan. For those to put one section of town against another, I just don't agree with that. The fact of the matter is we have two areas of town, Town Center and Del Prado, that the infrastructure is 90 years old. Over the next decade, we're going to have to spend money fixing up our infrastructure. I don't want to bag on our community center, but if you just go up to Laguna Hills and look at something like they built with mastodon bones and dinosaur bones and beautiful facilities for the community, you know, we need to invest in this community center. We need to invest in a lot of things in Dana Point, and it costs money. It just happens that the town center plan came first. It was approved in 2008, and in 2012, we all saw the numbers turning around where we could get a good bid and finish the project for the people of Dana Point. We all support Doheny Village. We want to get it done. We're just not there yet. The plan needs to be completed, and it's still another 18 months at the Coastal Commission. And once that is approved, I'm sure the future council will fund it, because we all want Doheny Village. We all want to improve our community. But the fact is that this was the first project that the city took on and got approved, and we built most of it, and we need to finish it, just like Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg said. You don't do half a project. If we stop, we have spent millions and millions of dollars over the last 10 years, and that'll all go to waste if we just put the brakes on. So I'd make a motion that we
Well, let's have
approve. We can have a discussion, Mayor Bartlett, but I'm
Yes.
making a motion to approve the item as the staff recommended.
I have
All
seconded.
right, Councilmember Schoeffel, comments?
Thank you for permitting the discussion. First of all, I don't disagree with anybody who's a champion of the Town Center project. I worked on it from its current incarnation, you know, from the beginning when I was on the Planning Commission. My point, and while I do agree with many points that the mayor raised, when I left here in June, when the city council took the action to allocate the $7.7 million, I thought, well, you have to be open-minded about this thing. So I did what I try and do in situations like this, drew on my background in development, my experience as a lawyer, and I thought about it and talked with consultants, talked with folks like that, and they came to me and they said, what you're really doing here, Scott, is you're changing the look of the town there. If you change the entire look of the town there, it's the signal that, gee, we're ready to do something great. And I have to agree with that. There's a certain logic to that, and there's a certain compelling logic to that. But then when I thought about it, I thought, well, first of all, we've now built the restaurant with the kitchen for 500 people when we've got 5 people out in the waiting room. And what do we do from the time we go from 5 to 500? I don't know too many restaurant owners who do that and stay in business very long. But what concerns me the most, and where I think this council can do a whole lot better, is that we have perfected the ability for future city councils not to change the infrastructure. Don't have to worry about that once it's done. The one thing we've left uncovered is probably the most important of all, which is how do we make sure that the town center remains the same. We have a few interesting projects out of the box that I've been following from afar, and there's already some requests for special consideration with respect to application of the town center plan. What I'm concerned with is we get all the improvements done, we front-loaded all the cost, and thank future prior city councils for acting with such prudence for so many years so that we actually had the money to do that, because without that prudence exercised at every step of the way, we would be in no position to start moving the money through the reserve accounts now. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the fact that we're where we're at in terms of the project, because I happily voted for the first phase, which, by the way, along our main arterial was very much a kitchen and very much a seating area and very much a lobby. To say it is going to be a full-function road. In fact, I think tomorrow sometime it's going to be a full-function road going two ways, serving full-function lots, which have yet to really step up in great numbers to be redeveloped. I think this council can do better in terms of protecting the residents' expectation that that town center plan is not going to be upzoned. I think it can do better in protecting the landowner and the business owner's expectation that that property will not be downzoned. I think the solution, quite frankly, isn't that hard to achieve with a little elbow grease. I would like to see that done before we irrevocably commit ourselves to all of the improvements. I would like to make sure that we have legally guaranteed that for a long period of time, say 10, 20 years, however long this project's going to take, that the residents can rely on getting that town center built and not changed by a future city council. The only way I know to do it, and I'm open to suggestion, and it goes beyond the scope of this item, by the way, is by a statutory development agreement. But I'm pretty sure it can be done, and we can get our improvements. Happy to fund the improvements up front that way, because we know that as each person comes in to develop, they know exactly what they can do with that property, and we'll know that it will conform exactly to the town center plan going forward. I think that's worth spending $7.7 million on myself. And I think it's worth having this discussion so that people, you make the assumption that there will never be a political change in the future. You make the assumption that there won't be 1, 2, 3 people elected to a city council that decides that the property should be downzoned. And then what do we do? Or upzoned, possibly, maybe even a worse situation. So it is for that reason, not because I wish to delay the project or anything that I would exercise my right to dissent on this vote. And I hope we can think, and I hope we can think very hard about it. Even if the vote is made tonight, we need to go forward. I think we need to work very hard to make sure that the expense that we go to, the financial risk that we expose ourselves to, is worth something to the residents of Dana Point at the end of the day. I want to see that plan completed. I want to see it completed as planned. I think there were 37 public hearings that went into the forging of that plan. I would like a guarantee for that. That's really all I ask tonight, and that's the purpose of my dissent. I read the bid. It's a great contract. Kudos to Brad, everybody for getting the figures right. But I would respectfully dissent, just as sometimes that's the way that goes. But I hope we can consider this issue in the future.
Okay, Councilmember Olvera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilman Schoeffel that the discussion here is important and worthwhile. As a project engineer, I would like to look at when we try to make this change in course, if we're talking a couple $1 million now, I'd wonder what amounts over how long to finish the plan. Are we talking 2 years, which may be acceptable instead of just 1 year? Or are we talking 7 years? If we're talking 7 years to spend money, then I'd like to know how much money do we have to spend per year so we know what we need to save up in order to get the next segment of the plan done. If that turns into 5 or 7 years, that just puts off the plans that a lot of us are looking forward to for the improvements of Doheny Village. So I think we need to go forward. I think we've been shown the financial surety of where we're going, and I think we're on the right course.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, let me make one comment, and I think I've made this comment for the last 7 years. 12 years ago, when I started on the Planning Commission, there were 14 vacant lots in Town Center. There are now 12, which should give you an idea of what we've been doing isn't working. Developers don't want to develop the way it has been. And I think this is an incentive. We're starting to see a lot more activity. I personally have never seen so much activity from builders. Now, will they finish up and really build it? But at least they're submitting plans, trying to get them entitled. I haven't seen this much activity in 12 years in this city government, being on the planning commission and on city council. And I think a lot of that is that the developers have figured out that we're serious and we're going to complete something. And I think if we don't do this and finish Del Prado, they'll look at us and say, when you guys get serious, we'll come back. And for that, I'm going to, since I second the motion, I will be in favor of improving this item. Thank you.
Okay, we have any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Could we have the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breaux. Aye. Councilmember Olvera.
Aye.
Councilmember Schoeffel.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Bartlett.
No. Right, that item passes 3 to 2.
Thank you.
Okay. We now move on to new business. We have item number 26, skate park study overview. Could we have a staff report, please?
Of course, Mayor Bartlett. As council requested, I commissioned Robert Stadita to work with Mike Killebrew, Matt Sinacore, and Kevin Evans to come up with a skate park overview to give the council a body of information of how the study began, where it was, and why it was abandoned. So with that, Robert, could you please provide an overview of your report?
Yes, I can. Mayor Bartlett, members of the council, the initial skate park studies were completed or took off in 2001 in conjunction with a request from the Dana Point Youth Board to look at possible facilities options and be integrated into the Parks and Recs master plan. In 2001, Options Market Research Consulting was brought in to look at a number of facilities options, 14, and ask respondents to rank those facilities. Those would then be incorporated or could be addressed in the comprehensive park master plan. Based off those responses, skate park was included in that as one of the top 3 choices by respondents. Following that, later in 2001, City Council approved M.W. Pallets to conduct a feasibility study looking at the Villa Cañon property, which was previously owned by the city. At the March 12, 2002 meeting, the study was brought to the council's attention that the Villa Cañon site would be an undesirable location due to geological concerns, costs associated with grading, as well as increased traffic and concerns by nearby residents. Based off this report, in March 2012, following that, and in April 9, 2002, council directed staff to expand their study looking at other options throughout the city. This included 13 of the city parks. However, due to concerns expressed by residents, the contract was canceled before any deliverables from Phase 2 were completed. In 2003, the city retained Research Networks Limited to conduct another community survey to be also integrated into the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which was in its process. This consisted of random telephone surveys, workshops, stakeholder interviews. Survey respondents that took place in this were split on their decision with the inclusion of a skate park as a needed facility. Stakeholder interviews were split. Telephone surveys did not mention the need for a skate park at all, actually wanted these no new facilities built within the city. Other workshop participants said that there was a need for the skate park, however, on a limited scale. Following this, the Parks and Recs Master Plan was in the works, and a facility demand and recreation facilities needs assessment was conducted using the results that they gained from the 2001 option survey, the 2003 community survey. Based off this, they looked at the needs facilities ratio based off residential participation at the site and also the current population of the city. Based off that, they recommended a facility needs ratio of 1 to 26,950, or approximately 1.3 skate park facilities, and that was based off a 2003 estimate. They also looked at a projection of looking into 2025 and the demand for a skate park at that time, which remained unchanged at 1.3 skate parks facilities needed. With the cancellation of the Phase 2 and the information gained from these surveys, the Community Services and Parks Department examined the potential sites throughout the city to integrate into the Parks and Rec Master Plan. They looked at city-owned sites as well as non-city-owned sites that could possibly be acquired through either joint use agreement or purchase. Based off this, they concluded that there are no feasibly city-owned spots within the city, parks, vacant lots that would substantially suitify the needs or the build-out for a potential skate park. With this was incorporated into the Parks and Rec Master Plan that was approved and adopted in 2005, which set a 20-year established roadmap for development of recreation programs and facilities. Due to the issues that were raised looking at for the facilities that the city owned and parks, it was concluded that there are no city facilities or parks that would be able to support an active use such as a skate park facility. Recently, in the review of this information, staff also contacted MK Peretz again to kind of get a rough potential cost estimate on if we decided to further examine the possibility of constructing a skate park in the city. Based off those estimates, for a basic average skate park with very little skating elements, the cost would be about $35 to $40 a square foot. The average skate park consists of 30 to 40,000 square feet, so a potential base cost would be around $800 to $1.2 million to construct. This also doesn't take into account additional parking, ADA improvements, or any related structures that would need to be put onto the site. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions of the council.
If I could, Mayor Bartlett, I just want to thank Robert for providing a very good overview. And if I could just add that one of the overriding considerations is the fact that we're a built-out community of 6.5 square miles. And we have very limited public open space opportunities and very limited public recreation facilities. That's why many of the children in Dana Point who wish to play soccer go to another one of our surrounding communities where they offer a soccer league, because we don't have soccer facilities in town and we don't have the land to do that. One of the things that was consistent here with what I experienced in Whittier when it came to building a skate park was the fact that when you take a look at the passive neighborhood parks that we have, it's just not consistent with the active use of skateboarding and skate parks. So as Robert summed up, that based upon studies and survey data, that our residents like our passive neighborhood parks. Now, having said that, two areas, again, that we examined and talked about, but we don't have control over, is Doheny State Beach, as well as the Water District 30-acre site. We originally looked at Salt Creek Beach, but unfortunately if you take a look at the topography and the geology there, it really doesn't lend itself to putting in a massive skate park infrastructure. So again, if we were to go back, and if the council were to ask staff to pursue or explore, I would suggest and recommend that you direct us to begin a dialogue with state parks in Sacramento to see if we can get support to get the state park system to explore changing the general plan at Doheny State Beach to accommodate a skate park, or possibly talk to the South Coast Water District to see if a skate park would be something they would consider on their 30-acre site. So with that, Robert and I would be happy to respond to questions that the council may have.
Okay. Any questions from council members? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I have a question. That is, a lot of the skate, not a lot, a few of the skate parks are private enterprises, if I understand them.
Yes.
Some of the cities, and some of them are run by the city themselves.
Right, that's correct.
Was any work done in looking at these private operators to see if we could act as a go-between between them and, let's say, the state parks or the bus or the school district or the water district, which is the only 3 pieces of land I can think of that are big enough to build a decent skate park and park it.
Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg, we weren't directed to do that, but it would be worth a discussion if the council, and I would back off to say that of those three, I'm not sure that the school district, based upon the dialogue we've had in the past, would seriously consider it. But again, I can always ask. But I think that the areas that really provide us good access to transportation, public transportation, and have an expansive land would be the 30-acre site in Doheny State Beach.
Okay, the only reason I mentioned the bus yard is I would suspect that about every skater has some relationship with Capo Unified.
Absolutely.
And probably could make their life interesting if they so wanted to have a skate park, let's say in the bus yard property.
Capistrano Unified Trustees for this area, John Alpay and Anna Bryson, they would like to have something more on the lines of a concert hall or a performing arts center. We talk about highest and best use. I'm not sure a skateboard park is something that they would allow on that site. So I think that one's going to be a tough one. We'd either be looking at the Estate Beach or the 30 acres. I know that we've had community surveys in the past. We're probably getting ready for another one, and that certainly should be one of the items listed on the surveys, whether or not the public wants a skateboard park. But it looks to me like we've got perhaps two options. The rest of the city is pretty much built out. When you take a look at the skateboard parks that are in our neighboring cities of San Clemente and Laguna Niguel, those skateboard parks are in areas where they're not near residential development, and there's a reason for that. When you take a look at the way the city of Dana Point is laid out, we really don't have a lot of space to accommodate a skateboard park. So I think we'd be looking at the 30 acres of the Water District or at the State Beach. So my recommendation would be to direct staff to the possibility of contacting the South Coast Water District regarding the 30 acres and state parks with regard to Doheny State Beach. Yes.
Mayor Bartlett, I suggest that you take public comment now, and then the council can deliberate and provide with direction as appropriate.
I don't have any speaker slips. Do we have speaker slips for this item?
I don't have any here. Did someone want to speak on this item?
Do we have any speakers for skateboard park for public comments that didn't turn in a slip? Okay, please come forward. If you could line up behind the podium, please. Thank you. And state your name and city of residence, and when you're completed with your 3 minutes at public comments, if you could see our city clerk and fill out a speaker slip. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Bradley Ellis. I'm a resident of Dana Point. My son, Broderick Ellis, is 11 years old. He competes competitively in skateboarding. And I apologize, I didn't have a prepared speech because I literally found out about this about 20 minutes before the meeting, so I just showed up and wanted to be a part of it. I'm getting tired of traveling around California and the country and hearing about all the other skate parks that the cities have, and it's becoming embarrassing that Dana Point doesn't have a skate park. To really create a destination for tourism, to bring people here in the town center, the skate park would be a great part of bringing people here and making it a destination. It's a part of our surf culture. It can bring, when people come to visit Dana Point, it can give their kids somewhere to go. I'm getting tired of driving to Laguna Niguel and San Clemente and going to the restaurants there with my wife while my son's skateboarding. I want to stay here in my community, not have to go out of town to bring my son to go skateboard. It's a growing sport. It's coming up for the board to go on the Olympics. My son competes in the Junior Olympics. And I think having a skate park and throwing it in the corner of the city of only 4,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet would really be a disservice. It needs to be a destination that can be known around the country and around the world to have a great skate park facility. So I appreciate your time and hopefully take into consideration.
Thank you. And if you could see our city clerk to fill out a speaker slip, please. Okay, next speaker. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Brandon Phillips, live in Dana Point. As you guys mentioned, some of the concerns with the skate park, one being the location, two being proximity with transportation and parking, and then three being the passive nature of our parks. I'll start backwards. Passive nature, I mean, what is a passive park? Is that something where you can just walk around and see nobody? Sea Terrace Park has its couple phases. Phase one, I understand, a passive park for Sea Terrace would be for the residents at Niguel Shores, and really there's only a couple homes that even face or even have a view of Sea Terrace Park. The second would be the whole 26 acres in that area. A skate park right there, just to mention, would accommodate transportation, parking, all that good stuff with the bus routes, and then also Salt Creek. The second location would be, and I agree, the water district land, the 30 acres, which I believe is going to be paved to make a, a boat storage now. So 30 acres of boat storage sounds pretty sweet. But what about an acre or less for public use, or any public use down in that area? I mean, it serves so many different cities from Capo to San Juan and San Clemente and whatnot. You mentioned the skate parks in the surrounding areas and that our parks cannot accommodate. Well, there's been many advances in skate park design that you would not even recognize it as a skate park if you actually looked into it over the last 5 or 6 years. So those parks in the surrounding areas have been built 10 plus years ago, or getting up on 10 plus years. And that's when skate park builders and constructions really thought oh, you only needed big fences and bowls and it needed to be some empty pool, but that's not the case anymore. There's a lot of fantastic architecture that you can incorporate. So think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Smith, and I'm from Dana Point. And I just wanted to ask you guys if you could maybe consider rezoning one of the passive parks to a park that we could use for our children to skate at. It seems like you guys are able to vote on rezoning of different properties throughout town center and height ordinances and stuff like that. So I'm assuming you could probably vote to change what we consider a passive park into something that we can use for our kids. That's all. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers on this item? One more? Okay, please come forward, state your name and city of residence.
My name is Dina Christakis, and resident of Dana Point. I don't like speaking, so. I just had made a couple of notes, and this is the second meeting where we've kind of rehashed exactly the same thing that you guys said before. The passive, versus an active park, which I understand what you're saying, but when we want to make something for all of our residents, we need to make something where our kids feel like they're part of the community. We don't have that right now. There's no place where kids, from 5 years old till 15, 16 to, these people that are skating at 30 feel like they can go and have a sense of they're part of Dana Point. Because right now, they're hiding behind Gelson's, or they're skating wherever they can, or we're running them all over the place to take them to the skate park. And it's just not fair. It makes them feel like, they're little criminals just because they want to do something that's really good for them. It's building their sense of community. So, that's what's really frustrating to me, is it feels like nobody's looking out for them. And in terms of not wanting them around the residences, if you put on hours and say from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. or whatever it is, it's not going to bother residents. And I personally want my son to be skating. I live in Monarch Beach. I want him to be able to skate to the skate park. I don't want him off, somewhere that is industrial or somewhere like that. I would prefer for him to be in my community. And I know that we can find places. I just don't think there has been an effort. I think, I appreciate all of the work that went into citing, all of the times that residents have asked for it, or it didn't seem like they were really interested. That was 10 years ago. And then you didn't even complete the study. And that was really frustrating. Because when, I reached out and really wanted to see what has been done when this has been something that's been requested since 2001 and nothing has been done, and we're going in the same thing. So, I appreciate all the work that you guys do, but it's very frustrating.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this side? One more, all right? Come forward, state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Richard Bannister. I'm a resident of Dana Point, and I can appreciate the need for a skate park, but I think that you ought to be a little careful about planning on putting it on the water district property. We all need water. We all don't have to skate. And we have a groundwater desalination facility in there right now. There are plans to put the ocean desal plant in there, and the existing groundwater plant may need to be expanded. I don't know. But I'm just leery as a citizen that drinks water about crowding future plans for the water plant there. When I think of a skate park, I think that the area behind the library, that's Sea Terrace Park, I think. I'm not sure of the name. But that seems to me to be the most logical location to put one. There seems to be a lot of room there. And I would recommend that you consider that, but I would not recommend considering the water district property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, we'll bring this back to the council for discussion and direction to staff. Councilmember Breaux.
Thanks, Mayor Bartlett. I feel like the first speaker, Dad. Both my kids skate. I often head up to Volcom in Costa Mesa for 2 hours on a Saturday to watch them, so I can appreciate his frustration. Remember that we heard from the skateboard community, and we just resurrected this past report, so I think the process is ongoing. The only thing I would add is maybe, Mr. City Manager, if you'd call our good neighbors, our friends in the city of San Juan. I know that Lower Roseanne property was something caught up in redevelopment. Might be something for a public purpose. I don't know the whole detail, but in just surveying the whole community, the options are somebody else's property, not the city of Dana Point's property. Unfortunately, we're only 6.6 square miles, and we're built out. So I would just add maybe we could call our friends in San Juan.
I'll be happy to give the city manager a call in San Juan Capistrano and check to see. I know that their redevelopment, their former redevelopment or their successor agency is getting their hands around the Lower Roseanne property, but perhaps there might be an opportunity over by their community center where they have the Boys and Girls Club in the community center. They might have some land there. So I'll reach out to the city manager in San Juan and see if there's an interest that we could further along.
Okay, any additional comments from council members?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Schoeffel and then Councilmember Olvera. Okay, all right, Councilmember Olvera.
Thank you. I'm not looking at this as being a done deal. I think we still got opportunity to look. I don't think we have to quit looking. But I would prefer to continue what Mr. Breaux said, and what the city manager has offered is the staff to continue to look out to other districts. I would rather have the staff do the negotiations rather than council members with other districts around us. So this can be a community effort. So yes, I would support staff continuing on this effort.
If I could clarify, when you say districts as opposed to cities, I'm going to reach out to San Juan Capistrano city manager. Would you like me to reach out to
school district?
School district, water district?
Yes.
Okay.
And also state parks?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, Councilmember Schoeffel.
Yeah, I agree with Carlos. I think it's a challenge, Dana Point, no question about it. The way the city's laid out, the way it's developed, the way it's going to be developed in the future, there are limited resources. Doesn't mean people want to be not included in the community. Just the land use impacts are undeniable, and many of them simply are unworkable. Of all the three I've heard, Doheny Beach State Park sounds like the one that hits the sweet spot the best, but then you're dealing with the state of California, the Parks Department. They're not so easy. South Coast Water District, on that 30-acre site, I could be wrong, but most of that's in a floodplain, and I'm not sure that permanent structures are permitted in a floodplain, so you have to check that out as well. I'd call the school district. I frankly think that there are potentially severe land use impacts with that property and other good reasons to maybe not cite it there. But what I'd like is, even if it takes a while, I'd like a detailed analysis. I think I called it a white paper the last time that this issue came up. And yeah, this paper is white, but it's not the sort of detailed, granular analysis that I think the public is looking for, that I'm looking for to give them really the full story on what it takes to site, develop, and operate and maintain one of these things. So I know staff is busy. Staff is very, very busy with all the residential development that they're managing these days. But if you can squeeze it in, that would be most appreciated by me, I think by the rest of the council, and certainly the community who's interested in this issue.
What I'll do is, because the information is readily available of what's involved in the skate park, as far as the constraints, construction, what have you, and because there's a number of developers, not developers, contractors, business people who are in the business of making skate parks, the information is readily available. Having said that, we get back to where do we site it. So what I'd like to do is first reach out to the other districts, San Juan Capistrano, to see if we have an interest and a willing partner in this, because I can tell you how to build a skate park, but at the same time, as Councilmember Schoeffel so accurately put it, we're extremely busy over here. And so what I'd like to do is reach out to see if there's interest, return with a report at a subsequent meeting as to what the results are of my contacts, if you will. And I'm going to reach out to state parks. I have a couple of contacts who can dialogue with the state director of state parks, CUSD. I'm going to be meeting with the new superintendent next week. The water district, Andy comes to my staff meetings periodically. And so I have the contacts necessary that are readily available, and I will do that post-haste and try and return as quickly as I can. And at the same time, if we can find some information that's available, that's readily available, we'll be happy to provide that. Before I really commission staff to do something, I want to make sure that there's a location for it. So I don't want to tell you how to build a watch and not have the materials to build a watch.
Right, and that's why I think the council's identified 4 potential sites, meaning the Lower Resound property with San Juan Capistrano, the CUSD Bus Barn property, the State Park area, and what was the 4th? Doheny. Yes. So I think we've got 4 potential spots that are not near residential areas. I know with residential areas and a skateboard park, it can be a little problematic because you've got parking, you've got lights, you've got noise and such. And that's why the skateboard parks that exist in other cities are away from those residential areas. But I think we've got 4 locations that are away from residential areas and may provide a potential site for a future skateboard park. So it's certainly worthwhile. We need to identify a potential site first before we can go and figure out the rest of it.
And Mayor Bartlett, if I could just add, one of the key things that, from my experiences, as you identify local spots, is transportation, access to public transportation, because a lot of times it is difficult for parents to get their children to the skate parks, and having an OCTA route that drops off adjacent to the location is really nice because it increases access and use.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd just like to add one thing, and that is, we're trying to be quasi-experts, which is sort of fun. But I think one of the things that might be worthwhile is there are people that do this for a real business, build skateboard parks, they run them, they own them, et cetera, et cetera. And if we can act as a marriage broker between one of them and whatever, because they may turn around and say, hey, it's profitable enough, we can buy a piece of property that is private and do it all on the private dime versus us doing anything.
The only thing yes, we'll reach out to that after I have a dialogue with the 4 districts, because again, I want to make sure we have a place to land it. Candidly, I think with the price of land in Dana Point, it's going to be very cost prohibitive without some sort of public-private partnership, because most of these ventures are public-private partnerships to help facilitate the financial aspect.
But one of the things I've always learned in my life is what ASSUME stands for.
No, understand.
Madam Mayor. I think you're giving staff a lot of direction here. Who's commenting? All right, Councilmember Olvera.
I just want to offer a suggestion that for the staff, in talking with state parks, that Doheny State Park was given to the state by a Capistrano Beach property owner.
Oh.
And all we really want is 4,000 square feet back.
Yeah. And I will be sure and factor that into the equation. But we're going to start off with the State Director of Parks.
All right, well, while we're waiting for Councilmember Bro to wander back into the meeting, we'll go ahead and go through some of the protocol for the public hearing for item number 24. What we'll do is we'll start off with a staff report and then questions from City Council. We'll open the public hearing. The appellant or the applicant will have 20 minutes for presentation. We'll have public comments. The appellant, which is also the applicant, will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. We'll close the public hearing, and then we'll have council discussion, and then we will call for a vote. So that'll be the order of the items for this particular agenda item. Okay. Okay, we'll now reconvene our City Council meeting for September the 16th. We will start off on the public hearing. Item number 24, if we could have the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bartlett. This time I'd like to ask Ursula Luna Reynosa to please give her report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening is the Doheny Hotel appeal item before you. This slide shows the project location, and you can see this is Pacific Coast Highway, Del Obispo that turns into Dana Point Harbor Drive. It's a little bit hard to see, but there's an outline of the project site. It consists of 3 parcels at that corner. This is a slide that shows some of the surrounding land uses. So this yellow area is the project site, and it's largely surrounded by commercial uses with a little area of residential right across the street and a large residential area above. Commercials in blue, residential is in red. Quickly to go over the project history, the applicant submitted an application in December of 2009. The environmental review process commenced in June of 2011. There were numerous public meetings. June 26th was the scoping meeting as part of the environmental review process. The 45-day review and comment period under the EIR was June 24th through September 6th of 2013. On November 16th of 2013, there was an on-site Planning Commission special meeting. On November 18th, 2013, there was a Planning Commission study session. On December 9th, 2013, was a Planning Commission public hearing, which was continued to February 10th of 2014, which was continued to April 14th of 2014, and the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to deny the project on April 14th. The applicant submitted an appeal on April 28th of 2014. Whoops. Under the environmental review process, which is under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, staff determined it was necessary to prepare an environmental impact report, or an EIR. CEQA requires a range of reasonable alternatives be considered as part of that EIR process. So there was the LEED project, and I'm going to go into a little bit of detail in some subsequent slides on what the LEED project was. There was the required no project alternative. There was a 3-story alternative, a 4-story alternative, and an option B alternative that were all analyzed under the EIR. As a result of some of those public meetings that were mentioned previously, there were a number of design modifications that occurred during the public review process. And after the December 9th public hearing, there was a version of the project that came about called Modified Option B. And that was ultimately the project that went before the Planning Commission for a consideration. And I will talk a little bit about some of the differences of those projects without going into too much detail. So the proposed lead project, this is the lead project under the EIR, includes the 3 parcels that are currently owned by the applicant. It's approximately 1.5 acres. It is, the proposed project is 5 stories with 258 rooms, an overall height of 29.5 feet to 60.5 feet. And with the mechanical equipment, which is limited to 10% of the roof area, it's 70.5 feet. The clicker gets a little, and then it goes twice. So this is just another view of the proposed lead project from the corner of Dana Point Harbor Drive and Pacific Coast Highway. This is the proposed lead project site plan, and you can see that, just to orient you a bit, the current scuba center is here, Del Taco is here, so that is not included, and then here's the proposed building area. This is option B as discussed and analyzed in the EIR. And this includes, again, the same 3 parcels owned by the applicant for 1.5 acres, but it also includes approximately 0.76 acres of Lantern Bay Park. It is 5 stories with 273 rooms. The overall height remains the same. This option allows for 2 levels of subterranean parking with an expanded driveway and entry feature and 50 public parking spaces. The property line, which I'm not sure how well you can see, but it runs right here. So the building is built up right to the property line. And so this is the area that sits within the Lantern Bay Park. So as previously mentioned, as a result of some of the public review process, there were some modifications to option B that the applicant made, and ultimately that was the project that was considered by the Planning Commission. And I'm sorry, that is a typo. It was at their April 2014 public hearing. The next 2 slides are going to show the difference really between option B, which was analyzed in the EIR, and modified option B in terms of height. So this is just a massing model to show the different heights you can see. This is a 2-story portion which sits at the corner of Pacific Coast Highway and Dana Point Harbor Drive at 29.5 feet. Then under option B, it goes up to 4 stories along Pacific Coast Highway for 48.5 feet. And over at this end, it's 47.5 feet. There is a 14-foot setback for this larger portion, and then this is the west wing, which is 5 stories at 55.5 feet. This is modified option B, and this front corner area stays the same, 29.5 feet. They took a story off of this area fronting PCH, so the height was reduced from 48.5 feet to 39.5 feet. And in this area was reduced from 47.5 feet to 38.5 feet. They increased the setback from 14 feet or step back to 30 feet. And then this remains 5 stories at the 55.5 feet. These are just some elevations of modified option B. This is the view from McDonald's. This is the view from Dana Point Harbor Drive. This is the view from PCH. And this is the view from Lantern Bay Park. This is the modified option B site plan, and really what I just want to draw to your attention is this property line, which is right here. So again, the building is built up to the property line, and this is the area that encroaches into the Lantern Bay Park area. I'm just going to go quickly through the floor plan. So modified option B has 2 levels of subterranean parking. This is actually the lowest level. It has 72 parking spaces. This is a B1 level, which has 232 parking spaces. This is the first floor plan, and it has most of the amenities with the restaurant and other things. I do want to call to your attention this area here. These are 50 at-grade public parking spaces that are provided under modified option B. Oops. Whoops, that went too far. So this is the mezzanine level down below right here, which includes 28 rooms. Then this is the second floor, which includes 64 guest rooms with a pool. This is levels 3 and 4. Level 3 has 44 rooms, and level 4 has level 3 has 73 rooms. The 4th floor has 44 rooms, and it has a waiting pool in this area. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Okay, so here we're at the 5th floor, which has 41 rooms, and then this is the upper roof plan. Next slide, please. So I did want to, wasn't intending on going into too much detail on some of the environmental review, but traffic was brought up as a big concern, and so I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the traffic improvements that would be required as part of the project. Some required and some in addition to the requirements. So over on Pacific Coast Highway, there's going to be a new left turn lane and a new right turn lane. And I'll show you a slide later that depicts that a little bit more. And a new U-turn movement over here. Next slide, please. This is the current configuration. These are the existing conditions on Pacific Coast Highway. So you can see, I think of that as going northbound, but I guess it's technically up coast, 3 travel lanes going up coast, and currently there are 3 travel lanes where you can go straight. It's a shared right-hand turn going straight, and then there's one dedicated left-hand turn. And there's some striping there's some additional area here that is currently is striped to where you cannot utilize that. Next slide, please. And these are the proposed conditions, which up coast remains the same. Down coast, there is an additional 10-foot new left-hand turn turn lane. And then there continues to be 3 dedicated straight lanes, and then a dedicated right-hand turn lane with a 2-foot striped bike gore. And these improvements help mitigate the impacts related to traffic of the project, as well as the cumulative impacts related to development of the harbor project, the Brad Harrell project, which is the former mobile home park site or the McCarr site. So this does take into account cumulative traffic impacts. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. And then, in addition, I wanted to show that the right-hand dedicated turn lane is 140 feet. So it does allow for quite a bit of queuing. In addition to that, there's a 100-foot striped loading zone, and the 140 feet should certainly be sufficient, but there's also this 100-foot loading zone, and the ability to use that 100% of the time has been restricted. The applicant agreed to restricting no more than 35% of their deliveries in that loading zone area. And Brad Fowler, our city's public works director, as well as the city's third-party traffic consultant, are available to answer any specific questions related to traffic that you may have. Next slide, please. There are some additional changes that the applicant has communicated a willingness to do, namely removing a floor, the 5th story, from the west wing of the building. The applicant has communicated a willingness to reduce the conference and meeting space by 1,000 square feet, and they will be able to communicate those changes and the specifications of those in their presentation. Next slide, please. So the entitlements that are being requested are a coastal development permit. This property is within the coastal zone, but it is outside of the appeals area. They are requesting a variance for height and setbacks, a conditional use permit, because they are requesting alternate to off-site parking through a shared parking arrangement, and then a site development permit, which all of our projects of a certain scale require. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll entertain any questions from the City Council. Questions? Yes, Councilmember Schoeffel.
Ursula, this might be a little unfair, but a little project history. This thing started in 2009, and we're in
correct.
And we're in 2014, and I know you just got here in 2013 and have been working very hard ever since then. But a couple things. Has the site changed since 2009 out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you know if there were originally supposed to be more parcels included on this project site than are presently included, or did the project always contemplate the number of parcels that it's sitting on?
As far as I know, it always contemplated the number of parcels, but the applicant, I'm sure, would be able to give a certain answer to that question.
Okay, and we'll follow up on that later. So the project site hasn't changed. Has our zoning ordinance changed since 2009, applicable to that project site?
No, it has not.
Okay. To your knowledge, was there any discussion of any alternate land use remedies, like a zoning change, like some? I mean, I understand that there are a number of requests for variance in connection with this project. Was there? Do you know what the conversation was like at the time? Whether the variances were discussed, encouraged, discouraged? The project site hasn't changed. The project, I guess, has gotten a little smaller, I take it, over time.
Correct.
But it started much larger than we're looking at here tonight, which is the project that was acted on by the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Whose appeal we're hearing tonight.
Correct.
So is that acknowledged as an issue or a concern?
Well, I'm not aware of whether there was ever a request for a rezone. I obviously wasn't around to participate in any of those discussions, so anything I've heard hearsay, I have heard it was communicated that the request for the variances would be a difficult process. That was communicated to the applicant, I have been told.
Okay, but the site hasn't changed and the zoning hasn't changed since 2009?
Correct.
Okay, that's all so far.
Additional questions from council members? Okay, at this time, I will open the public hearing. The applicant will have 20 minutes for oral presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Dana Point City Council. My name is Coralie Newman, and I am representing the applicant this evening, Mr. Draz, along with Robert Thiel. We'll make our presentation. Josh Cantor will have a role in this also in talking about the community outreach that we've been engaged in. Just one correction to the record in terms of the questions by Councilman Schoeffel. We have been at this since 2007, and he is correct. The property has remained 3 parcels through that process, including modified option B, which is asking for an enhancement to allow the unusable part of the park to enhance parking, public parking, and the driveway. I believe that you will see the feedback that has been incorporated into the project and the revisions as outlined on page 4 in the staff report. As the report indicates, while we believe our project was wrongfully denied by the Planning Commission, we are willing, and most willing, to make some additional changes to the modified option B plan, which lowers the hotel to be no higher than 4 stories and reduces the room count from 250 to 208 rooms. That is a reduction of 42 rooms. And as you recognize, when you reduce 42 rooms from a project, you have a positive effect on all impacts, including traffic, mass, and scale, and height. The description of these proposed modifications are found on page 47 of your staff report. I did want to say that we have read the staff report and we agree with all the conditions of approval with a few clarifications and modifications. One is that the project clarification is that we were proposing, which came out of community input and Planning Commission input, to remove all trash pickup on Pacific Coast Highway. All trash pickup will be done internal to the project site. Regarding noise, we agree with the staff's input on page 4 of the staff report and this language, and that we agree that this language can be substituted for condition number 14 in the staff report. Regarding deliveries, condition number 46, we've worked on revised language, and Josh Cantor has that revised language, which he will submit to the city clerk, and I believe she'll distribute it at the appropriate time. Regarding final architectural review, there have been a lot of comments about wanting to see some of the architecture looked at again, and we have substitute language for condition number 10, which Mr. Cantor has submitted, which suggests that the final design of the hotel's exterior materials, colors, and design details shall be submitted for review and approval by the city. The approval of that detailed final design shall be reviewed by an architectural committee, this is our suggestion, consisting of the city's architect, the applicant's architect, and a third-party architect. Finally, there has been some suggestions that perhaps there's an opportunity for another connecting bridge, much like the one that exists on Pacific Coast Highway. We do have language for that, which I've also handed to the city clerk. If the council so wishes in their deliberations to consider such a bridge, the applicant is open to that and has provided language to make such happen. Okay, that was our staff report comments. Our team again is the applicant, Michael Duraz, and his development consulting group, Simon Injav, Robert Thiel of the Robert Thiel Company, and myself of Government Solutions, and Josh Cantor. Oops. Should this queue up? We just wanted to point out that I think, as our fire chief said earlier, Dana Point is one of the crown jewels of Orange County. And as many of the hotels that are in town have recognized, such as the St. Regis at Monarch Beach, the Ritz-Carlton of Laguna Niguel, the beautiful harbor, the Marriott Laguna Cliffs that we're coming on, and coming into town, the Marina Shores Best Western, which is on Coast Highway. I think we've all heard, at least that we've been out in this community outreach program, that the existing motel that we see here, the Dana Point Harbor Inn, is a site that needs renovation. One thing that we've heard over and over and over, we may have some discussion tonight, and I'm sure we will, about the height and configuration of this hotel, but there seems to be a unanimous feeling in the community that this corner is way overdue for renovation and a facelift. As staff has pointed out, and I'll try to move quickly through anything that's repeating what staff has said, this is our property. It is 3 parcels, and it is in the blue. The white dotted line that is reflected here is the property line between our property and the Lantern Bay Park that we're requesting be part of Modified Option B. What has been a little bit confusing in the discussions is that the Beach City Scuba Center and the Del Taco will remain in place. The Jack in the Box will be demolished. Our surroundings, as we've mentioned, the Doheny State Beach. This is a wonderful, wonderful location for a hotel, one that needs to be as beautiful as it can be, and we're adjacent to the Laguna Cliffs Resort and Spa. Above us, sitting here, the Lantern Bay City Park, the beautiful Dana Point Harbor, and the residential community, as staff has pointed out above us, the village at Dana Point. This is the view from Seaview Park, and then looking back southerly to the entrance of Dana Point and the beautiful bridge that the city has constructed. And some of the uses that currently exist on Pacific Coast Highway directly across the street from us. The existing site conditions, as staff has mentioned, is that we have 1.5 acres of 3 contiguous lots, and which has been no small feat to join those 3 lots, and then the request for 0.76 acres of Lantern Bay Park. Our existing conditions are a low-end 46-room motel, Jack in the Box, and an abandoned liquor store. And I'm going to turn it over to Robert Thiel.
Good evening, Mayor Bartlett, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Robert Thiel. I'm a resident of Dana Point. A day after the Planning Commission denied the Doheny Hotel with 250 rooms in the 5-story west wing, I came to your council meeting the following evening, and I told you I was motivated to join the Doheny Hotel project team because this site is the most important corner in Dana Point. And I also told you I believed there was a good project in here somewhere. So I'll take about 6 to 8 minutes to take you through the project and point out some of the mitigations and some of the responses that we'd like you to consider in the project. And although there might be some duplication of what Ursula talked about and what Cora talked about, and when I hit those areas, I'll try to go fast. But it's really important. We really want you to understand the hotel project. We want you to understand what it looks like, what the design features are, and how it works as a hotel. And as important as that is, equally important, I think, is we want you to understand how it relates to the public domain and realm, and the residents of Dana Point, and the tourists and the passersby. This rendering of the hotel shows the 2-story and 3-story building facade along Pacific Coast Highway and Dana Point Harbor Drive. The project at the Planning Commission, as Cora mentioned out, had the trash pickup on Pacific Coast Highway. Because of the resident objections, we worked with the CR&R to come up with a way to eliminate all of the trash pickup on Pacific Coast Highway, and now all of that trash will be picked up on site. How that's done is that smaller trucks, panel-type trucks, will come in through the entry just as guests do for the hotel and as the public do for their public parking. Those panel trucks go up to the loading area, the trash container is rolled into that, and then the panel truck then removes that from the site, and then there's a transfer to the larger CR&R trucks that take it to the landfill. This rendering shows the west wing in the foreground, where it's set back 120 feet from Pacific Coast Highway and behind the Del Taco and Scuba Center buildings. The west wing is shown here at 4 stories, as we are willing to remove the 5th story in direct response to public and planning commission comments. For example, this is a reduction in building mass and height, as Cora mentioned, and the height comes down to 48.5 feet, and it cuts 32 rooms from the hotel. These measures alone are a response to some planning commission comments where it was felt that the project was flawed in a number of areas, and one of the planning commissioners indicated that it was too intense. So the reduction of the 42 rooms then has a domino effect, and it reduces both the traffic intensity and the parking intensity for the project. The reality of a denial of the project is a continuation of 3 existing site uses with unsightly buildings, unsightly conditions, and conditions such as the Jack-in-the-Box with the 4 curb cuts. These are conditions that are existing with a denial. We don't know how many years we will continue to live with these conditions. The removal of the Jack-in-the-Box and the liquor store and the 2-story motel will do a lot towards cleaning up the area, and this hotel would replace those unsightly conditions. The driveway entrance to the hotel is from the Dana Point Harbor Drive and is shown in the center of this rendering, where you also see the hotel entrance canopy with the lobby beyond. To the left is the beginning of the 4-story west wing, which extends to the left off the slide. And to the right is the 2- and 3-story building at the intersection corner, with frontages on both Dana Point Harbor Drive and Pacific Coast Highway. In the center and above the lobby is the family pool terrace area. In this illustration, the driveway, which Cora talked about, extends the length of the site and uses a strip of the adjacent Lantern Bay Park. The strip of the park land is utilized for the driveway is about 0.76 acres and is primarily a steep slope that descends from the edge of the existing elevated parking lot. And this parking lot will remain unchanged. At the base of the slope are unvegetated areas and large shrubbery patches home to undesired activities and visited often by our enforcement officers. The improvement of the driveway on the park strip affords multiple functions for the hotel and for the public. First is the free public parking for 50 vehicles in the west end of the driveway. And those parking spaces, some are open to the air and some are tucked underneath the west wing, but all of those public parking spaces are at grade. Another function of the on-site loading area is the ramp that goes down to the valet-attended parking. And these are for the hotel guests. And yet another function of this driveway is the hotel entry drive where the parking valet station is located. Now I'll take you through the 4 floors of the hotel. I'll try to go quickly. Spaces at the ground level include the lobby and registration. In the center is a high-ceiling banquet area. I got ahead of myself. In the center portion, do we have the laser? And the lobby area is in this location. In the center portion is the conference area with the tall ceilings. To the right of that are restaurant spaces.
The restaurant will have windows facing both Pacific Coast Highway and Dana Point Harbor Drive. And there will be outside dining areas at the restaurant, and there'll be outside dining areas at a pre-conference area that's to the right of the lobby. Starting at the entrance of the hotel, the design scene of the entrance canopy, lobby, and registration areas an atmosphere of casual openness, which is captured by the following images. Gathering spaces inside the hotel. Here, a lounge area. The intent is to keep the furnishings and these areas filled with light, not have heavy furniture or continue to keep with the openness theme. More lounge areas, and the high-end dining room at the lower part of the hotel, which we expect to be a 4-star dining facility of about 5,000 square feet, continues with that theme. This is the plan view of the second floor. And the family pool area is in the center of the terrace. A day restaurant and a VIP lounge face the terrace, and to the right of those areas are wrapped living room, guest rooms, and that face both Pacific Coast Highway, Dana Point Harbor Drive. To the left are the west wing guest rooms with planters facing Pacific Coast High Drive. To the left of the pool area is a fitness and a spa area. And in the pool area, the idea is to have family activities, family functions. The pool in that area will be facing directly south, and it will be filled with lots of sunlight. And the idea of the family pool area is to have more of a family orientation and family activities. The third floor of the hotel is primarily rooms in the west wing and rooms in the 2- and 3-story area. However, on the corner of the intersection is a terrace, so that corner is just a 2-story element. So coming into town, the visiting cars and cars coming under the bridge view first a 2-story element. Perimeter of the third floor varies from the second floor, and the reason for this is to create more of a visual interest, and the view from the corner terrace is also softened with planters that are along the street edges. The third floor rooms along Pacific Coast Highway are stepped back a small distance, so the dominant line of the second floor roof continues the entire length of the PCH facade, giving you the sense that it's a 2-story building with just a portion which is the third floor step back. At the roof of the third floor is a terrace area. It's our roof terrace. The pool that's in this area is 1 foot deep. The idea is it's a wading pool, and it's intended for leisure functions around the pool. One of the ideas is to have furniture that's submerged in the pool along with cocktail tables and lounges. Another view of that would be a small bar canopy that's at that roof area with the pool seen in the distance. The upper level of the building is turf area along the west wing, and the purpose for the turf area is twofold. One is views down onto the hotel would have a softened look. Those would be views that come from off-site. And another reason is that it helps us with our water quality standards. One of the comments that we've had in some of our sessions was that the mechanical equipment that's on the roof, which you see in the small rectangular area, that be set back about 10 feet from the roof edge. So this diagram illustrates that. The turf on the roof is authentic turf, so it's part of the LEED certification aspect of the project. The architecture that the firm of Langdon Wilson has been dealing with illustrates a number of techniques that they've used to help break up the mass and size of the building. A number of the techniques that they used was to take groupings of balcony projections and group them, and then take groups of balcony recesses and group them, and then place them strategically over the building elevation. Another technique that they used was to utilize green walls, and in the first floor of the building in the center is an example of the green wall for the building. This would be an example of one of the green walls, and this illustration shows the west wing, and the area of the west wing between the Taco Bell building and the Scuba building would show 4 layers of green walls along with planters. This technique is utilized on all of the elevations of the building all the way around.
Mr. Thiel, I don't want to interrupt you, but we've reached the 20-minute limit. Are you about to wrap it up?
Actually, I am, yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. At our outreach meetings, numerous people commented that they wanted to see what the building was like when you experienced it, not from inside the hotel and not from looking at the elevations of the building. So we contacted an architectural graphic artist. And the idea is that, as we all know, because of our attachment to the car, we view our environment through the windshield of our car or from an eye level as pedestrians. So I just want to take you through 5 quick sketches, taking you a drive around the building. Here's a sketch from the area looking south to the bridge. The windows alongside the area of the first floor would be recessed about 4 feet. There would be low planters, and these areas along this wall are then face-to-face with pedestrians as they pass by. They could be used for public art. They could be used for art in public places. They could be used for store facades. View from the turning area at the intersection, you see the restaurant in the corner of the building. There's windows in the restaurant that look out onto the streets, and that way it's more easily to engage the passing public and creates more interest for the building, and that works both ways. Then as you come down Dana Point Harbor Drive, the areas off of the pre-function areas are outside dining areas and outside activity areas. So these are right next to the public sidewalk. This gives the public a chance to be a bit more engaged and have a better relationship with the activities that are viewed from the public right-of-way. And then the final sketch is, this would be a similar scene if you were arriving as a guest to the hotel, or if you're one of the persons wanting to use the public parking, you'd be driving past the lobby area of the hotel. So the idea is to have these 5 sketches illustrate how the public would be more engaged with the project. Thank you.
We'll conclude here. We do have some community outreach pieces, but I will have Josh Canner do that under separate testimony. I guess in conclusion, we would like to hope that the council approves the appeal as outlined in your staff report. And if the council does so want to approve that appeal this evening, I just want to note that we would need to change the statistics. This is on page 12. This is the resolution for approval, and it still contains, obviously, our appeal numbers. If the council so wishes to take into consideration our proposal to reduce the size, the square footage, the room numbers, we would be more than happy to work with staff to have that resolution changed for your approval this evening. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council.
All right, thank you. At this point, we'll open it up to public comments. We have quite a few speakers this evening on this item. I'm going to call 4 names at a time, and when I call your name, if you could just start queuing up behind the podium, that would be great. We will get through this as quickly as possible. State your name and city of residence. First speaker, Nancy Jenkins, followed by Bob Moore, followed by Chuck Rathbone, and Julia Lysel.
Thank you, Mayor Bartlett and council members. Before I really begin, I'm Nancy Jenkins. I'm a resident of Dana Point, and I live in the village overlooking this property. Before I begin, I want to thank both Bob Thiel and Coralie Newman. I know it's your job, but during this whole process, and chronologically, I know that emotions have been running high throughout the process. Perhaps it hasn't been the most pleasant experience, but you all have to realize that we have a vested interest because we live here, and we will see this for the rest of the time that we do. As Coralie mentioned, everyone she's talked to is in favor of doing something with this corner. Our neighborhood wants a hotel. We're not against a hotel. In fact, about 2 months ago, I was reading the LA Times architectural section, and I was kind of sorry I didn't cut out this article, but of course at the time I didn't think of it. But Las Vegas has a hotel that they have just built that is a boutique hotel. With all their high rises, they have done a demographic study, and they have found that they need smaller hotels, a boutique hotel. This is a trend for visitors today, and the occupancy of the rates of so many of the bigger hotels is very empty. As I have read tonight's packet, I am opposed to the current proposal of accepting the hotel as is. And even if the floors go in, I think it is an improvement, but I'm opposed to it on 2 accounts: aesthetic and land use. From the big picture, it might be the right project, but is the wrong location. There's not enough land for a project that is so big. If the council goes ahead and adopts the second option tonight, there are many of the 116 items cited that, in my opinion, might need some additional stipulations. And one of them was the one that Coralie said that you had some changes to. And that was one I had a change to. And it said, at the end of number 46 on page 28, it said the applicant shall only use box trucks no more than 40 feet in length for all deliveries, and no more than 2 trucks shall be delivering materials and supplies at any one time. I have seen stores with 3 or 4 trucks. I can't imagine that the trucks are so on time that there will only be 2 at every time. So I wonder where those trucks will go. Will they go to McDonald's, or will they go on Del Obispo? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bob Moore.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bob Moore. I quickly advise you that while I am a director of South Coast Water District, I am speaking strictly as an individual tonight. I've been a proud Dana Point resident for 37 years. Great progress has been made in that time. This council, the councils before you, this staff, and the staff before, over those, 25 years of incorporation, the council, the planning commissions, of which I think 3 or 4 of you on the council today were once served on the planning commission, have been very dutiful and very careful in all of the things that you have made decisions on. The law requires you to allow the appeal to be heard tonight. You will make an important decision. Decisions that in many ways could affect this community for many years. As a resident and a community supporter, I respectfully ask that you uphold your Planning Commission and their decision to deny this project. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Chuck Rathbone.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Rathbone. I'm a Dana Point resident, and I support the Planning Commission's unanimous denial of this project. What concerns me right now is that the developer is using this forum of the appeal to come up with some other changes that the Commission did not have an opportunity to look at. The staff, in my opinion, have provided to the Commission plenty of information about the project. It was very detailed, and I think the Planning Commission took the time that you expect from them to make that decision. And again, it was 4-0, so they were all unanimous, had no real issues, and a lot of people spoke and supported what the Planning Commission had done. So I think that it's very important that we uphold that. I think if there was any consideration at all for these changes, that it should be sent back to the Planning Commission for them to do their job as they did already. They did a great job, and we support that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Lysel. And then our next four speakers, if you could queue up, Joe Curry, Lester Hill, John Murphy, and Stephen Moss.
Hi, my name is Julia Lyle. I'm 17, and I live in Dana Point, and I go to Dana Hills. I'm here tonight to share my generation's opinion of the building of this hotel. I have found that not only is my generation unaware of this project, but they're also against it. If we put this hotel in, we are going to cause more traffic. To build another hotel would be unnecessary. We already have hotels like the Ritz and the Marriott and St. Regis. These hotels have plenty of space for all of their guests. As a kid who has grown up in Dana Point, and as a young adult who would want to eventually bring a family here, I don't want to live in a town that cares more about providing for its tourists than taking care of the residents that live here. I think that we should be focusing on putting something in that would benefit our residents and not people that are coming to visit. As you make this decision tonight, please take into consideration my generation, because we're going to be the ones that are going to have to deal with the repercussions of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Joe Curry.
My name's Joe Curry. I live in Dana Point. I'll read this as quickly as possible because it's getting late. The proposed hotel would increase city revenue by up to $1.6 million per year. This estimate comes from the city's 2013 financial report. It states that the lodging businesses directly and indirectly provide about one-half of the city's $30.2 million in revenue. And this hotel's 208 rooms would increase total rooms by 11%. We would also get 50 public parking spaces with no upfront or maintenance outlay. And per the environmental impact report, traffic flow at the intersection would be improved due to PCH road upgrades. In return, we would give up 3/4 of an acre of unused parkland, or 1/4 of 1% of the city's total parkland. This exchange is a no-brainer when you realize that increased revenue is not an end in itself, but a means to improve city services and quality of life for residents. A part of this income stream could even be used to purchase a more desirable parcel that could be turned into a new park. So what is the downside? Over time, opponents have come up with 25 or so objections, everything from the claim that there is no demand for the new hotel to the nearly opposite opinion that the hotel would cause overcrowding. Another complaint is that the hotel is too large and dense for the lot and will cause safety, traffic, and noise issues. In fact, a high-end hotel catering to wealthy clients would generate less activity than smaller-sized businesses selling high volumes of inexpensive product. For example, there is more traffic entering the In-N-Out Burger near Avery Parkway than the city's hotels. We could end up with similar high-traffic businesses if the hotel is denied, or even worse, the blighted corner could stay as is. Dana Point's strong financial position shouldn't be taken for granted. Provided that the technical requirements for a variance are met, the project should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lester Hill.
I need one slide from Ursula's presentation. He's going to rack it up. It's the plan view of the building site. Wait, that right there. I just want to examine briefly with you the parkland and the some of the problems this will cause. There's a parking lot right here, and this is drawn like a large sidewalk. It has to be, at this point, 24 feet high, that wall, and it hits 23 feet back here. This surface is all at 17 feet above sea level, and the height up here is in the 41, 42 feet. So there's going to be, and this is all park, and there's a parking lot right here that extends within 20 feet of that edge. So I think there's a huge liability potential there that people getting out of their cars in the parking lot trying to enjoy the park are going to have to be guarded that they don't fall 20 feet. It's much higher than this. And all of this property in here, this is the benefit we get, the use of some parking spaces if they happen to be available. Now the term public parking, isn't somebody who wants to visit that restaurant a member of the public? How do you sort who can park there? In all of the drawings, it's marked that it's totally valet. How available is that? Does it really increase the ability to utilize the park? Now, I cite to you the grant deed terms under which Dana Point got this park. It says, the property shall be restricted in perpetuity for use as an open space public park. No construction which would be considered inconsistent with park uses are allowed. It must be zoned as open space for park use. No leases of this property may be made. No transfers, conveyance, assign, transfer of rights in the park, except to another public entity can be made. The deed is properly restricted that this has to be a park. And we're saying, no, it's better to be a driveway for a hotel and an entryway and a place where they can site their parking chute. And this is the loading zone where these 40-foot trucks are going to go. It's approximately 20 feet square. Good luck getting those trucks in there. But those are not park uses. And where that ramp is, it's 2 layers. I think it's an outrage to consider giving that park, and I think the city will be sued for it. Now, Mr. Munoz may love to have that because he'll benefit the fees to defend that suit. But this is not in the best interest of the public. That's my only point.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is John Murphy.
John Murphy, resident of Dana Point. Thank you very much. Resident of Dana Point for 25 years. I'm going to move this thing up here. This is really a simple situation tonight, and a simple meeting. It sounds complex, but it's simple. Either you support the Planning Commission or you don't support the Planning Commission. And a lot of you, I think 4 of you, were members of the Planning Commission. You know the type of, well, 3 I see up there, Steve. Is that right? 3? 2. What is this now? Look at the signals I'm getting over here. Okay. The majority, will you agree that the majority of you were members, and you know that the work that goes into that. They have had extensive data on this project. Data that you have not hearing tonight because they spent a lot of, excuse me, I'm going to wait till they finish talking to each other. All right, thank you. Okay, are you back with me now? Good, thank you. Thank you. They have had data that you're not privy to right now. They've been working on this thing for quite a long period of time, and they denied it for a very good reason. It was a unanimous vote. They denied it. Okay, support that. If changes are to be made, as we're hearing tonight, that we'll make this change, we'll make that change, fine, send that back to the Planning Commission. That's where it belongs, not here. This is not the venue for making a whole lot of changes. The Planning Commission, that's their job, that's their duty, that's their responsibility, not yours, not for the changes. So support the Planning Commission and support the people. You don't know how many people oppose this thing because you weren't on those meetings. I was. Don't betray us, and don't betray the Planning Commission. We're the ones that voted for you. We're the ones that supported you. Don't turn your back on us now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Moss. And the next 4 speakers after Mr. Moss, we have Jim Johnson, Michael Luna, Linda Mollenhauer, and Michael Mollenhauer.
Steve Moss, Dana Point. I live in the village where there is a tsunami warning sign that quasi-experts said we're not in a tsunami zone. I'm a Vietnam War veteran. I don't take conflict lightly. We just celebrated the anniversary of 9/11, where our country was invaded to fight us against things we believe in and our way of life. The analogy is we have outsiders now invading our city, trying to change our rules and our laws, and we are going to suffer for many years to come because of it. This is a sham. We never should have been put back behind skate parks so maybe people would leave. I disagree with any argument that traffic is going to improve, that there's not going to be water issues, there's not going to be safety issues, there's not going to be parking issues. The board, like John Murphy said, needs to support the public and needs to go by what the Planning Commission has agreed with. I've always been in sales management. It's never been, what have you done? It's what have you done for us lately? I could say that the board can move to other posts, could run for other elections. If they vote for this sham hotel, they won't get my vote, and I'm sure they won't get a lot of other votes. I'll end now because I wasn't one of the lucky people to receive an email to come and eat something and drink something and then get a script to come here and support the hotel. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jim Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Jim Johnson. I've been a resident of Dana Point for 18 years now. And I don't know if there's a whole bunch left to say, but I have a few points that haven't been covered. I am absolutely for an improvement on this corner, as I think most people are. It needs something. It doesn't need this. I still see a long list of potential problems for our city and our city residents. And I still believe that safety and traffic on PCH is going to be a big issue. Doing deliveries on PCH, even if it's 140 feet from the corner, you still have to get those deliveries across a sidewalk. So you've got potential safety problems with pedestrians, bikers, and I still think you got traffic issues that you got to regulate. And one issue that hasn't been brought up, but I also was a sales manager and I put on a lot of big sales meetings. And one of the things you have to think about in a property like this is where you're going to stage buses, limos, cabs. There's no room except on PCH, on that right-hand turn lane. And another point that hasn't been brought up, but this issue of doing the U-turn in order to get back to PCH, you have to go up to the Doheny Beach entry and do a U-turn to get back to PCH out of this project. Can you imagine the chaos on busy weekends, 4th of July, the Blues Festival? That's a tough U-turn now, and I know it's going to require some readjustments, but I don't know, it looks like a disaster ready to happen to me. Parking is absolutely going to be an issue. If the hotel has 50% occupancy, maybe you can fit them all underneath the hotel. But when you have a special event, like a wedding reception or a sales meeting or something like that, you could easily have 50 to 100 more cars coming. And what about the employees? The guidelines from the World Tourist Organization suggest that staffing for a 4-star hotel requires 12 employees per 10 rooms. That would be 300 plus. And the variances, of course, the setbacks and the height. It makes it a canyon coming into the city. Forget about giving away the park. I don't think that's a good idea, but please support our Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Luna.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Michael Luna. I'm an architect, and I'm also president of the Architectural Guild of South Orange County. We are the unified voice of your professional design community. The development team was kind enough to come in and present their project to us last week. This was a real first in-depth look that we were invited to take a look at. Their team described the proposed changes, including very substantial reduction in the number of stories as well as the number of guest rooms. The proposed changes are a monumental step in the right direction. However, the overall consensus of our group was that we had significant concern regarding the massing of the project as relates to the primary corner and the elevations along Coast Highway. A condition of approval was drafted as part of this appeal process, which calls for additional review of project materials, details, and finishes. Our group recommends expanding the language to include a review of building massing along the corner and along Coast Highway. Our group supports a hotel on this site. We think there's a project here someplace. A fine hotel could be done here. Now, with a reduction in the story and rooms, lower height, the project would be closer to compliance. After 5 years of hard work on this project by the team, we hope that it's not all wasted. We support our request for approval of the appeal only if language is added to a condition which requires revisiting the overall massing and configuration of the corner architecture and the Coast Highway elevation to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Linda Mullenhauer. Okay, are you Michael Mullenhauer? Okay, why don't you come up and speak? And after Michael, we have Mike Powers, John Maturo, Pam Shannon, and Charles Alcater.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Mullenhauer, and I am a resident of Dana Point, California. I must say that I'm a recent transplant to Dana Point, and I first have to state that I absolutely love it here. We've been here for about 3 years, and one of the reasons why we moved here is that we used to vacation here. And we just fell in love with the community and thought it was a lovely, beautiful place to live. And I actually relocated my entire business down here to the city of Dana Point. So we are very enthusiastic about the city of Dana Point, the entire community, and want to see the community to grow and progress in a very positive manner where it benefits all members of the community. I'd like to state emphatically that I am 100% in support of this hotel project. I think that it was referred to earlier as Dana Point was the crown jewel of Orange County, and I would have to agree with that statement. And in my humble opinion, I think that this hotel will be the shining light of the crown jewel of Orange County. I believe that it will bring new jobs, economic development. It will help to increase tourism, and rather than people turning left when they come out of the Ritz-Carlton to go to Laguna Beach to go shopping, I believe that they'll already be downtown and they'll have access to all the shopping, all the beautiful amenities that we enjoy here in beautiful Dana Point. So once again, I'd like to urge you to support this hotel project and have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Powers.
Council. Mike Powers. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I also own a commercial building in Dana Point. I'd like to say right off the bat that I am in favor of the hotel, especially with the changes that I've heard tonight. I certainly don't envy you guys of everyone telling you what you can and can't do with your property. It's not probably a good position. But when I bought my commercial property in '06, the reason I did is just I mirrored what the gentleman before me just said. I mean, I love Dana Point, and there's so much room for improvement. I'm tired of driving past the empty lots. That one corner after the beautiful Dana Point Bridge is a nightmare. I mean, who wants to invest in a city that looks like that? And you've got someone who's putting up money to invest in that property. And when I bought my property, it was for the fact that it was in Dana Point and it was for town center. This was part of town center. Now, that was in '06. And thankfully, leadership on the council got it moving. And it was unanimous leadership. And it's nice. I mean, I've waited for a long time for my building to appreciate. Maybe it will now, okay? I wish that unanimous leadership in the beginning was still here. And it's sad to see there's some divisions now with what we're doing in town center. I'm not a hotel expert, I'm not a parking expert, but I've dealt with a lot of different cities, a lot of different staffs. And the city of Dana Point has one of the best staffs I've ever seen. So if they say the parking's good, that's good for me. I see that the developer has made some changes, listening to the community with the setbacks and the elevation. You know, maybe it's not perfect, but I'm just tired of seeing that abandoned liquor store. And I'm afraid if the council doesn't act tonight, I don't know how long I'm going to have to continue to look at that liquor store. So the council has an opportunity tonight to show some leadership. I don't think it goes in the face of the Planning Commission. I think the Planning Commission made some very, very valid points. And I think a lot of those points are identified. So hopefully we can work something out and get this hotel moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Maturo.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Maturo. I'm a resident of Capo Beach. I've lived there for 15 years. The two guys before me basically said everything I was going to say about the corner. Every time I come down the hill to enter Dana Point, and I do most of my shopping and use the post office and whatnot, I come down that hill and see that awful corner. I've stopped going to the fast food restaurants there because every time I get out of my car, I get approached by a vagrant asking or begging for money. And I think that they live in behind some of that area that these gentlemen would like to develop. Anyway, for the people that don't think that we need to make progress, okay, this country, this town is in good shape. The county's not in such a good shape, the state's in terrible shape, and the country is in more doo-doo than Tim Robbins crawling through that pipe in Shawshank Redemption. And it starts at this level. It does. It starts at the city level when you make decisions to create jobs and generate revenue for the city. Anyway, thank you. I'm in favor of letting the hotel go.
All right. Our next speaker is Pam Shannon.
Hello, I'm Pam Shannon from Capo Beach, and I'm in favor of the hotel also. And I just think that it would be just a great idea just to have this beautiful hotel come in when you're coming into Dana Point. And I think, people are then going to see what a lovely town that we do have, and that they would like to come spend the night. Even if you do live in the area, you can come and spend the night, get away from it all. And, you're that close to the harbor and everything. And so I think it would, generate a lot of revenue for the, for the city. And I just think that it would be, the opportunity for the employment for even our younger generation that they could even come and, take advantage of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Elcaster.
Elcater. Charles Elcater. And I live in Cabo Beach. And I've been reading our little Dana Point Times paper over the last few years and been paying a little bit more attention. And this last issue caught my eye when it said, we're invaded. And I'm thinking, God, I read it and went, well, they missed the point, though. The developers that are coming here see a good reason to come and spend their money. and it is a beautiful area. And, you know, it's unfortunate it's taken this long to make this happen. But I think with you guys sitting on the board and the people over there, it is definitely time to move on. I've been coming here since 1975. I helped my mother move here. I moved here in 2000, and it's definitely time. So I'm in favor of the hotel.
Thank you. Our next four speakers, we have Drew Reynolds, Deborah Floyd, Betty Hill, and then Wayne Villa.
Drew Reynolds, Dana Point. I think what's really interesting about this project, particularly in the context of the planning that's been going on over the last couple of decades, the city of Dana Point has made a very deliberate effort of going out and hiring Roma Design, a very reputable and I think has been very successful planning our city and trying to determine, with all of our help, what that city is going to look like and what that character of that city is going to look like. And that vision came to fruition over the past decade or actually longer, with a town center plan. Now, agreed, that's a town center plan, but it's a foundation of what we think this city should look like. And when you apply those design characteristics and rules of the town center plan to this project, it essentially throws all that away. To listen to Roma Design talk about the importance of the pedestrian feel when you walk down a street, to not have to look up to 48 feet straight up and to have setbacks. You could go on, but I think it would be wise, and I think part of why the Planning Commission denied this was because point after point after point after point, it misses on all those design emphasis that create what we're trying to do in the city. And I think you should think about that or I'd hope you would think about that and take that into consideration when you go to make this decision tonight. Because we're going to have a very well thought out plan in the town center. At least I hope that that's what comes. And then we're going to come down to where you come into the city, and you're going to have something that's completely different, that has a different feel. So I agree. I think that it would be a great spot for a hotel. But I think the developer's doing what developers do. They try to maximize the profit. I spent a career in negotiating. I've negotiated from 10-figure deals to 9-figure deals, and they're all the same. They ask for the moon, so they seem like they can make a ton of concessions when they land where they land. And that's exactly what's happening here. Yes, they've made concessions, but the concessions of where we've landed still fall way short of what the basic plan for our city demands. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, please. Next speaker is Deborah Floyd. Deborah Floyd, are you here? Okay, all right. Betty Hill.
Hi, Betty Hill from Capistrano Beach. I just have a couple of points that haven't been made. This is not an attractive hotel, especially as you drive along PCH, which is what we will all be seeing day in and day out. And we know that we don't want that old liquor store there. We don't know how long it'll take to get rid of it, but we do know that if this hotel is built, it will be there a lot of years, 50 years or more. In respect, I just wanted to bring up a couple points. This is a 6-story building, not 5, and John Tilden we were in the planning department and actually counted those stories, so he can confirm that. They're not counting that mezzanine floor as an area, but it has over 24,000 square feet of interior space, and they go from first floor, mezzanine, second floor, and then they end up to 5 floors. It is 6 floors, so if they're reducing it, they may want to recount. Then their other issue is They have no employee parking on site. So how does that affect the 50 spaces they're giving the public if their employees are scattered throughout our neighborhood using other public spaces? Finally, this developer has contributed to the election campaigns of one of our council members and attempted to do so with a second. So I would request that any council member that has received these funds to avoid the appearance of impropriety voluntarily recuse himself from voting on this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wayne Villa. And then our next 4 speakers will be Doug Green, Cheryl Yoakum, Jack Lanier, and Deborah Riemeyer.
Oh, hi, my name is Wayne Vai. I live here in Dana Point, and I attended 3 long, boring Planning Commission meetings and spoke at 2 of them. And boy, was I disappointed when I found out it was all for nothing. It was all going to be brought up again. I'm just worried about Dana Point becoming Dana Canyon, especially when you come down Coast Highway with one side with a hill and another tall building with no setbacks right on the other side. I want you to realize, I'm sure you do realize, that if you do vote against this hotel, there is eventually going to be a hotel there. I think everybody in this room would favor a hotel there, but we need a better hotel, one with a little more thinking and a little more planning, and hopefully when the developer brings the plans into our building department, somebody will inform them of the rules and regulations of Dana Point, and they will design their hotel around those parameters. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, please, no clapping. Thank you. Our next speaker is Doug Green.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Doug Green. I live in San Clemente for the last year and a half. I've lived in Dana Point 3 different times, totaling 10 years or so, and I grew up in Laguna Beach. My professional background is in commercial real estate. My list of notable Dana Point transactions started with the Villa Hotel and Restaurant site across the street from the subject site. I brokered the Denny's corner for the Williams family, the nearby retail strip where Subway and the Thai restaurant sit a few yards from the subject site. In total, close to 30 lease and sale transactions in Dana Point. I feel that my perspective on the Doheny Hotel development site is unique. I have been a longtime resident of the city and a lifelong member of the area, combined with my professional Dana Point and Beach City commercial real estate focus. About the site, I've never spoken about before this council or any other council for or against any development, but feel compelled to do so for this project. After going under the Dana Point Welcome Bridge and its 40-foot towers, you are greeted with a mix of less than marquee uses. The reality falls well short of the expectation. The bridge looks great, and it stops there. I now look at the entire corner, and my first reaction is that the corner looks like many corners up and down PCH in Wilmington, in San Pedro, and in Hawthorne, and so on. The development site in the area, about that, it seems that the traffic studies determined that the addition of the traffic lanes will reduce congestion at the intersection. The visual studies show no negative effect on the surrounding community. The property sits in a below-grade location related to the neighborhoods. In my opinion, there's simply no negative visual effect on the neighborhoods as a result of being in the below-grade location. It's an unreal expectation for the residents to think that these properties will not need redevelopment at some point in our lives. I looked at all of the renderings and plans and love the visual elements of the development along PCH, and especially the entrance along Dana Harbor Drive. The new restaurant is a welcome addition to the aging, tired mix that exists in the harbor at present. This hotel and restaurant will cause a buzz up and down the coast and reminds me of a few developments in Santa Monica, Malibu, and other recognized beach cities. It could be the corner where cool meets cool. I would rather be associated with Santa Monica over San Pedro, Wilmington, and Hawthorne anytime. Overall, I can see the musicians that play in the Doheny Blues Festival stay, eat, and interact with the Dana Point residents here. International surf and bike teams will stay here for the city-sponsored bike race and SUP races sponsored by Rainbow Sandals. Laguna Beach residents will finally drive south past the Montage, the Ritz, and the St. Regis to hang out and mix it up in Dana Point. Foot traffic in the city...
Can you wrap up your comments, please? You're beyond your 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm getting pretty close. Foot traffic citywide will be enhanced dramatically.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Our next speaker, Cheryl Yoakum.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Yoakum. I'm a longtime resident of Dana Point. First, I would like to thank and commend our city planning commissioners. They spent countless hours reviewing the plans, watching the presentations, listening to the presentations, listening to the views of the residents of the City of Council, or City of Dana Point. And it's my position that this City Council should follow the action of the City Planning Commission in their overwhelming denial of the request for the variance for the Dana Point Hotel. I too agree that that corner needs to be developed. I too agree that a hotel would be a fantastic use for that corner, but not this hotel as it is currently designed. The bottom line is this developer wants to overdevelop this property to the point that it cannot even fit on their own property. They need to take some of the public property so that they can add more to their pockets. The massive size of how this project will look is aptly depicted in the developer's story view of the property, which truly shows how tiny the Del Taco and Scuba Shop will look in comparison to this massive building. And they've left this one up here for us to all be able to see that. This hotel would likely not bring tourists to the city, but rather would take occupancy from existing four-star hotels, bringing down occupancy levels from others that already exist, thus causing financial difficulty to the businesses that already exist. It would also bring traffic, parking woes, loading and unloading issues, light and noise pollution, water resource depletion, and dangerous conditions on PCH. Most concerning is the imposing facades that would completely dwarf surrounding property. It would also encourage other developers to come to Dana Point and purchase a couple of lots and then expect public property to be thrown into them and variances be given to them because they were given to this particular developer. Dana Point's house, Dana Point's rules. I encourage each of you to vote to uphold the Planning Commission's actions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Lanier.
Jack Lanier, Dana Point, California. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time. A lot of my concerns have been addressed by other people. I'll try to be brief. I only get 3 minutes anyway. So, first of all, I should say what I'm not against, because I do have some concerns about the project. I'm not opposed to a hotel there. I'm not opposed to variance if they're done correctly. And I'm really not opposed to giving 0.76 unusable acres of the city park for the use for the project, as long as the city attorney determines that that can be done legally. So I'm not opposed to that. I think the developer's representative stated she thought that the project was wrongfully denied by the Planning Commission. I don't think they had a choice. Unlike the City Council, the Planning Commission has to go by the municipal code, which states why they can give a variance, and there's a whole list of things, they're all ands that must be met, and this project simply didn't meet them. So, I mean, the Planning Commission voted how they had to vote. There was no hardship, so they said, no, you can't do it. Go to the City Council, I guess. And that's really the only problem I have with this. I think I'd like to see the city support sound planning. I hate to see us just go government by, or planning by variance. So if the City Council thinks that the heights are insufficient, down there, they should look at the whole street. Do we need to rezone it? And then we could get input from the community, and we could determine if they're adequate as they are, or if we should rezone it. And the reason I say it, there's a lot of projects coming forward. We know substantial projects. And most of them ask for a variance. That's kind of is their job, to see if they can maximize whatever they can on the land. But I think the city council should reserve their authority, which they have, to see if there's some mitigation. Are they asking for height but giving some setbacks? Or are they going to give us something that's really architecturally inspiring, that we really, not just another box? I apologize. So I might suggest that the developer, maybe before asking for approval, met with some members of the Architectural Guild and maybe satisfied their objections first, and then come back with a plan so we could see what they really have in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Deborah Remeyer, who will be followed by Ron Remeyer, Steve Stewart, William Saros, and Herb Hewig.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Deborah Remeyer. I'm a resident of Dana Point, and the 3 lots in question is very concerning to me. As a council, you approved and built a beautiful bridge to greet our visitors to our city. Then when you pass the bridge, you see a very interesting looking Denny's. Across from PCH, you see the dirt, an abandoned liquor store, weeds, and some very interesting looking people at times. And this is the first impression of Dana Point. To me, this development is iconic. This is what is going to greet our tourists. It will be the cornerstone of our entrance to our world-class town. As a realtor, business owner, and resident, I would like to see a development at the entrance to our city that reflects our town. I don't want an eyesore that first greets potential homebuyers and our tourists. In addition, this hotel is going to have a positive economic impact by providing new jobs, supporting local merchants, and will increase our tax revenue. I completely support the Doheny Hotel of Dana Point, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Remeyer.
Hi, my name is Ron Remeyer. I'm a resident of Dana Point. Madam Mayor in the council, I think the prior people that support the hotel have said most of what we need. We come into the city, we have a great bridge, we came in, and we see a corner. And it's been there, we've been 25 years. If we don't develop this or support this hotel, we're going to sit there probably for another 20, 25 years. And what they're proposing, what the developer has proposed here is not an eyesore. It's a symbol of what we are in Dana Point. And the developer, what caught my attention to this is an article that was written about when he came into Dana Point and he visited here for a wedding, and he goes, wow, what a town, I never knew it existed. And he came in here with a dream, and he came in here to build up the city. Being from up in the Manhattan Beach area and Hollywood area, say, hey, we should bring some of that down here in this town here. It needs it. We need a change. And I feel, we need to do something here. And I think this is a great opportunity. It's a great plan. It's not an eyesore. It's nothing wrong with taking the park next door and developing in a green belt in a parking lot. It's not going to hinder the residents of traffic. We have those reports. But as a resident, I support this. As a realtor in business, it brings in economic tax revenue. It brings in housing, brings up our housing costs for the Dana Point area. So I support the hotel. I hope you guys can take a motion to move it forward and to relook at the appeal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Stewart.
I still live in Monarch Beach. I just would like to make a couple of comments. I hear a lot of reference to how horrid that corner is right now, and it is horrid.
But the fact that it is horrid doesn't justify making a mistake in terms of the next project that goes in there. It definitely needs another project. I think the finding of the Planning Commission, the convolutions that we've heard about how we're going to have special trash trucks, having to ask for parkland to make this work, the multiple variances, all of that speaks to the fact that the hotel as designed is out of scale with the site. It's bloated. It needs to be built in a way that is more conforming with what our standards are in Dana Point. I would ask that since you have already recognized the interests of people that have property in the town center tonight by spending another $7.7 million on that project, that you throw a bone to the rest of us, the regular people that live in Dana Point, and just make these people build a hotel that's in scale.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Saros.
Good evening. I've been a resident in Dana Point for 34 years, and before coming here, I owned a chain of hair salons, and I opened a salon here, and I'm doing very well, and I think that this hotel would do a lot of good for the city. I think it'd bring a lot of positive business, and I want more business. Well, I'm here. Why not? And the corner does look like a pile of junk. It doesn't reflect a nice city. I'd like to see nice development, and I believe this is a nice hotel. I support this venture. Thank you.
Next speaker is Herb Hewig. You had to leave? Okay. Our next four speakers, Cindy Elders. Hold on just a moment. I've got the paper stuck together here. Cindy Elders, Bob Elders, Dwayne Fitzgerald, and Samir, cannot pronounce your last name, Samir. Go ahead, Cindy, thank you.
Hi, Mayor Bartlett, City Council members and staff. My name is Cindy Elders, and I've been a resident of Dana Point for 15 years. For 15 years, we've heard about the revitalization and beautification of our town center, now the Lantern District project. We're very excited to see the beginnings of the revitalization and are looking forward to seeing our city grow while remaining a quaint, small oceanside town. We've watched the changes that have been made for the Doheny Hotel from the first large plan, very large plan, to the second scaled-down plan, and now to another scaled-down plan. We're hopeful that the prior opponents will appreciate the compromises the developer has made and can come to an agreement to move forward with the project. The project's deleted almost 20% of the rooms. We'll maintain a four-star rating. I'd love to see that continue in this city, that caliber of hotel. And I know they're asking for some height variances, but the hotel is located in a very low point in Dana Point and is against a hill. I'm very sensitive to view corridors. I live in one myself. I lived with neighbors that were very apprehensive about the St. Regis being built in front of us. And I will tell you that with all the trepidation and anxiety over that, we now live with a beautiful hotel in front of us. And we now look there and say we're so happy that something of that caliber is here. And I'm hoping that something this beautiful will allow the residents that are looking at it now to be able to see a few years from now to stand back and say, wow, we're so glad that we stayed with something of this caliber. It's going to take the place of a blighted corner, and we think it'll be a major improvement and beautiful property at the gateway entering from the south and is the departing site heading out of town from the north. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Elders.
Bob Elders, resident Dana Point. Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm here as a resident today. I'm a member of the Traffic Subcommittee, but I'm here as a resident, not the subcommittee. I think I'm in favor of the hotel, by the way. I think the vocal consternation back and forth has required the developer to scale back considerably, I think, to meet the needs of, I think, some concerned citizens. I think that should help the City Council to hopefully look favorably on that. And I think that, we as a city have 30,000 plus residents. And if we let a vocal few determine our development strategy for the city, I think that's a big mistake. So I ask you to look this and approve this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dwayne Fitzgerald.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Fitzgerald. I live in Laguna Niguel. I've had a business in Dana Point for the last 34 years, located on Del Prado above the Bonjour Cafe, and I've lived most of my adult life in Dana Point. 2 weeks ago, I was in Paris, and I was in the lobby, had asked for a cab. The concierge got it, and he was talking to me while I was waiting for it. And he and his wife had been in California 2 months ago. They'd been here for 3 weeks, first time they'd ever been here. They started in San Diego. They worked their way up the coast. He asked where I was from. I told him, and he goes, Dana Point. He said, you know, of all the beaches we saw the whole time we were there, our favorite one was the one in front of the Ritz where they stayed. He said, but I had to tell you. He said, we drove up from San Diego. We got off the freeway, and he said, I was in awe. I saw the ocean. I saw the island. I came under the bridge, came to a light, and he said, I was incredibly disappointed. I saw a dirty, empty lot, a boarded-up building. I drove through a town that had a bunch of boring, actually he said ugly buildings, and we went to the Ritz-Carlton. He said, what's wrong with Dana Point? How did they mess up such a beautiful spot? And that's the impression we get from our foreigners, people that come to our city. Now, 24 years ago, I'm a builder. I had a client approach me to look at the villa property. Flat, much easier to develop than what we've got here. He walked away from it because it was going to be too hard to develop because of all the restrictions and the fact that he had to rebuild the whole corner. We now have a developer that's come here, wants to develop a tougher lot at that corner in a very beautiful fashion, in my opinion. I've been in architecture and building all my life. And you guys yourself spoke about bringing people like this to the town to fix that corner. Do we have to wait another 24 years if we turn these guys down to do this over again? I'm going to be dead by then. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Samir. We have John Hazelrig, Keith Johannes, Darren Perman, and Raymond Payne.
Good evening. My name is Samir Ibragif. I am the resident of San Juan. I own the Rib Joint restaurant in Dana Point for the last 35 years. When I came to Dana Point, I don't know if any of you were here around, Dana Point with 2,800 population. I saw it all. I look at this corner every day. I work 7 days. I see it every day. I think it's about time to do to make some changes. I'm full support of this project. I urge you to approve it, and I thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Hazelrig.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is John Hazelrig, and I've lived in Dana Point for 19 years. I have two very quick questions and a comment. I may not be interpreting the Dana Point Municipal Code correctly, but under the section basis for approval, conditional approval, or denial of a variance, it states that the Planning Commission has outlined 9 findings which must be made to grant a variance. My first question is, on which of these 9 findings would you find the basis for approving the requested variances by this developer? My second question is this: on what basis could you then refuse variances for the next developer that requests the same type of variances when applying for permission to build in the same general area? I have a final comment. I sat for 2 weekends at Albertsons Market and literally spoke with hundreds of residents about this project. The overwhelming majority were very vocal in their objections of granting variances that will change our city. Not all had the time nor the inclination to fill out a protest letter, but I only recall a handful that supported abandoning our building codes to accommodate this high-density, non-conforming project. I do have in my hand 135 signed letters from concerned citizens with several comments that should concern you. Copies of these letters have been delivered to your offices. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Johannes.
I am Keith Johannes, a Dana Point resident, and my main objection this evening is with the process. The Planning Commission did deny this proposal, but asked them to come back with some changes. The applicants have made the changes, but didn't go back to the Planning Commission. So now they bring it to you. Are you the new Planning Commission? Are you the Uber? If you want to make changes in some of these things, even though they're small, do these changes come back to you then, or do they go to the Planning Commission? So the process is kind of getting mixed up here. If it was just a choice of what the Planning Commission denied, that you were to ask to, by appeal, to override, that's a different story than what we've got here. So legally, we've got some kind of an issue here, I think, that they have, with their application, misrepresented this appeal. They were asked to come back to the Planning Commission with changes. They made changes, but they came to the City Council. So I think what has to happen here is this needs to go back to the Planning Commission and handled by the Planning Commission, because they did not reach the end of their rope at the Planning Commission because they had some other things that they were willing to make changes on. So deny the appeal or send it back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Darren Perman.
My name is Darren Perman. Lived in Dana Point for over 25 years. Have had 3 businesses in Dana Point Harbor for over 18 years. Have a boat in the harbor for over 10 years. And I'm really disappointed. I was excited actually to come here and see a plan that was going to have all of us back you. We spent hours and hours here with you at the Planning Commission, and we thought you were listening to us. And you come back, and how can we possibly be in favor of this? I don't feel like you listened at all to any of us, and we've invested so much time. So I think this is actually an opportunity, really, at the end of the day, for our city council to make a statement that we want development. We want developers to come to Dana Point and respect what we would like to see as a city. And that way we can get behind you, and we won't have the division that I've seen in some of my neighbors, who I think this process has taken actually years from their life, from their frustration and time, and they don't have that, unfortunately. So it's up to you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raymond Payne, and then our next 4 speakers will be Craig Sink, Sandy Everson, Carl Everson, and Rick Morgan.
Thank you. I'm Raymond Payne from Dana Point, and I think this should be a pretty easy decision for you to make. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to reject this proposal because it's a bad project. And so I think if you support your Planning Commission, and if you have analyzed the project at all, you will see that it's an easy decision from that standpoint. And then if you're in touch at all with the residents of this city, you will know that overwhelmingly they are against this densification of our city. They are against these these buildings going this high. Overwhelmingly, the people of this city are saying they don't want this. And if you're not listening to them, you're going to pay the price. One of the things that I keep hearing is that the best argument for this project is it's less bad than what's there now. Well, let's keep in mind, the developer controls what's there now. If he doesn't like it, he could take it down. He could remove it. He could get a demolition permit. He could make it look better. But he's making it ugly to try to twist our arm. Now, we look at this and we say, this is not like a decision, should I go out to dinner? Where should I go? This is a decision that we're going to live with for the rest of our lives. That project is going to be there forever, as far as we're concerned. We don't need to get it close. We need to get it right. We need to get it perfect. It shouldn't be a compromise. It should be the right project. There are several points that I don't think have been addressed, even though there's been extensive discussion. One of these is they keep saying this is going to be an upscale 4-star hotel. There is no guarantee whatsoever that that will be the case. In fact, the developer himself told us if he didn't have 280 rooms, it couldn't be a 4-star hotel. So the fact of the matter is, this hotel, this project is going to be sold off to whoever pays the most money. And that may be a 2-star hotel, that may be somebody who decides to rack them and stack them and build it cheap. There is no guarantee that this is going to end up as a 4-star hotel. The developer also claims that there are conditions of approval that are going to bind them and keep them from doing certain things with the property. I think everyone in here needs to keep in mind all they have to do to change those conditions of approval is come back into a meeting like this and ask for it. And if it's granted, those conditions can be changed at any point in time. So although they promise that that's never going to happen, well, they should be living with the zoning code, shouldn't they? But they're not. I keep hearing comparisons of this project to the Ritz-Carlton or to the St. Regis. To me, I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life. This is nothing like those projects. Just look at it. Just look at that elevation along Pacific Coast Highway and tell yourself, does this look for anything to you like the Ritz-Carlton? It doesn't to me. I'm sure it doesn't to you either.
Please.
Yes, please support our Planning Commission. Deny this project. Thank you.
Please.
Good evening.
Oh.
Oh, he told me to go first.
Craig Sink.
Come on, Craig.
My name is Craig Sink. I've been a Dana Point resident since 2001. I wanted to read something from a book I read on zoning strategy, and I'll try to make it brief so I don't bore anybody. But it has to do with zoning and zoning restrictions and variances. While zoning restricts the use and development of land, its basic purpose is to provide for the orderly development of a community in accordance with a comprehensive plan enacted pursuant to the lawful exercise of police power granted to local governments by the respective states. So it is generally required that a property owner proves the existence of an unnecessary hardship in order to secure the variance for relief sought. Bear in mind that those 4 corners down there at PCH and Harbor Drive, they're going to be developed. This isn't the only development that's going to happen. They're going to be developed. But we have to do it in an orderly fashion. And we have a zoning ordinance that places restrictions on the way that property is developed. And I just ask you to adhere to the zoning and the Planning Commission's ruling. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sandy Iverson.
Good evening, Sandy Iverson, Capistrano Beach. I do have a question for the developer. Since everyone hates that corner, it's so unsightly, and you apparently own it, why can't you do something temporary to improve it? Is the old liquor store bait shop just there because it looks terrible and you want to make us take your project and approve it? You could easily put in drought-tolerant plants, do a demolition there, make it somewhat beautiful for the entrance to the city. That Harbor Inn burned, and it's sitting there. I guess nobody can stay there. It looks like the first part of it is occupied. I see cars there. Why hasn't the city come in and condemned it as an unsafe building? But the rest of the building is there. So this is their property. They could be improving that. They could be renting out rooms in. The construction and the approval for this project is going to take a long time. Do something with that. Make some money off of it. A couple other quick things. Mr. Hill talked about the deed of trust for the park. I did talk to Supervisor Pat Bates, Chief of Staff, and I asked him if he was aware that this developer was going to use 3/4 of an acre of parkland. He said, no, we found the deed and we saw all the entire restrictions, but he did tell me, I would think a developer would make sure they could use that land before proposing a development on it. And I'd like to ask, was that done? Did you get permission from the County of Orange to use the parkland deeded to the city of Dana Point for your purposes? And he said that it would take a full Board of Supervisors meeting and vote in order to change the deed of trust to allow for this. So it seems like there's another layer of approval in here that needs to go back to that body. And the last thing is, Target store was like 2/3 built. Commissioner Newkirk from the Planning Commission brought this to our attention the last Planning Commission meeting. This is a giant building in Hollywood, but 2 community groups sued and won a judgment in Superior Court, and it said that the city council should not have allowed Target to build a 74-foot tall structure in a location where such projects cannot exceed 35 feet. It's a great article, August 21st, 2014. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Carl Iverson.
Good evening, council members. Carl Iverson. I want a hotel. I'd love to see a hotel go in there. This is not the right hotel. I mean, it's just too much for the property. It's got a lot of problems. Okay, the parking. Let's just look at the parking. When the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton was asked what the parking ratio is for the hired help, he said 1 per room. Now we're looking at over 200 employees that need to park. That has not been addressed. Excuse me. The taking of the public property, that was just addressed by Sandy. You can't do it. The deed of record says that you can't do it without the Board of Supervisors approving that. That process has not even been started. Today, I sent out something to each of you. I hope you got it. It was the California State Authority for the Granting of Variances. It spells it out real clearly. There's not 9 conditions that are required. There's actually 4 conditions that are required. And a self-induced hardship is not one of them. This project justifies none of them. You can't grant the variance. If you do grant a variance on this, you are quite possibly breaking the law yourselves. You are definitely opening up the city to litigation. There's no question about that. I mean, you just heard about how the residents of North Hollywood sued Target and won. They stopped the project, and it's under construction. Let's not even go that far with it. I would like this group to come back with a conforming project. A boutique hotel would be killer there. It would be a huge success. It would make that corner dazzle. This is just too much. what bothers me is if you pass this project, I personally feel that you are failing to listen to your constituents. I mean, the people that put you in power, you're not listening to them. Bob Thiel said this is one of the most valuable corners in town, most attractive corners in town. I agree with him. Let's do excellence. Let's do what's really good for this community. And excellence is what we should strive for. Mediocrity is not the solution. Come on, you guys. You can do the best. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Morgan. And then our following four speakers will be Susan Hinman, Ken Yoshino, Audrey Bresk, and Albert Hanna.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Rick Morgan. I live in Dana Point. I would like to go on record again as stating that I am vehemently against variances, specifically with regard to building height and the taking of land from Lantern Bay Park. Visitors and residents alike are greeted at the east end of town by a really lovely Spanish-style archway. And then what? Across the street from this property, there is what I consider a bastardized version of Cape Cod architecture. And then this, there is a mishmash of architecture. There is no cohesion here. If this hotel or any one of the proposed projects in town, if even one of them is granted a height variance, all bets will be off. And we'll end up with a city that we no longer recognize. Every developer who comes to town will see the precedent set and expect like considerations. To put it bluntly, it stinks. I find it difficult to believe that you're really considering voting for this at this time. I know the three of you are vacating your council seats come November, but I beg you not to leave us a legacy of more monstrous, non-conforming hotels and condos. So many of us moved to Dana Point, my wife and I, 27 years ago, for the small town atmosphere. And every few years, it seems we have to battle yet another wave of development by property owners who most likely will never live here. And my perception is all they really care about is lining their pockets with more money. And their need for multi-star ratings are not our concern. Make no mistake, I'm not anti-development. On the contrary, I recognize the city has to grow, but it's got to be done responsibly. I think a boutique arrangement here, coupled perhaps with a visitor center across the street at the old Busk Villa property, is an outstanding idea. But we have laws and ordinances for a reason, and the Planning Commission correctly and unanimously rejected the Doheny Hotel's proposed 5 stories for multiple very good reasons. I'd just like to see something more cohesive and less massive on that corner. Do the right thing, council members. Reject these projects, starting with the Doheny Hotel, unless the property owners are willing to conform to our laws. Please have some integrity. You work for us, not them. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Susan Hinman.
Mayor Bartlett and honorable council members, I'm Susan Hinman, a longtime resident of Dana Point, and I'm speaking as a resident. 6 months ago, the Planning Commission denied this project. About 12 days ago, there was a revised application that came, and we're looking at a premier piece of property to welcome our visitors and us to the harbor. It can be a landmark piece of property if developed properly, and it should be one that lasts well over 50 years and is memorable when we drive by it and come into our beautiful city. The token changes that are proposed on page 47 are just tokens. They mean not very much to us. Please deny this appeal. I advise you to hopefully this could, if the developer is still interested, go back to the Planning Commission and rework this. We can't redo this project. It has to be done right to begin with. Our residents and our voters should not have to pay the price for excess planning that does not comply with the community standards that have existed all through this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ken Yoshino.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Ken Yoshino. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I'm a business owner in Irvine, so I understand business and I understand the need for growth, but I also understand the quality of life, because that's what I do. My job is to make your lives good quality, and that's what I strive to do. I expect where I live to have good quality of life. When I come to Dana Point, I come back home because of the quality of life. I don't come back here to go to all the hustle bustle. I have enough of that at the office. I'm a grandfather. I've raised 3 children here in Dana Point, and I'm going to retire here in Dana Point. That means my children are going to inherit my house in Dana Point. They'll live here in Dana Point. Long after I'm gone, I want my family to have the same quality of life that I'm now enjoying. This project is so important because once you set a precedent, then everyone follows that precedent. So you have to think about that. We are going to have a great quality of life the way we all live here and enjoy it, or we're going to all want to live in downtown New York City, Manhattan, or Miami Beach. What is it going to be? That's good. City Council will make a decision tonight. But bear in mind, I sat here listening to everyone talk, and great things were said about why this project has so many flaws to it. And there are real concerns that I think are going to bring about tremendous amount of liability and litigation to our city and cost to our city to defend that we don't have to go to. So at this time, I really want us to stop and think about why we have a planning commission and what was said here, because I truly believe that our city council will act in the interest of the people in Dana Point, not Capitol Beach or San Clemente. Thank you.
Okay, all right, our next speaker is Audrey Bresk.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Bisk, and I am reading this letter on behalf of Tom Quirk, a Dana Point resident, in support of the Doheny Hotel. Dear Mayor Bartlett, I am disappointed that I will be unable to attend the important meeting tonight related to the Doheny Hotel project. I have a business function that I must attend, so I'm writing this letter since I cannot speak in person tonight. As a resident of Capo Beach, I'm a frequent patron of Dana Point businesses, ranging all the way from an expensive dinner at Eno Steak to drinking ice-cold beers at Turk's. As such, I want to share a quick story about last Thursday night. My fiance and I had a dinner at Stillwater, and on the way home, we made a stop at the rib joint to listen to live music. After about an hour, I went outside to use the restroom, and I heard screaming from across the street. To my dismay, 2 homeless women were having a loud altercation in front of the Jack in the Box. One woman pushed the other and knocked her over her shopping cart full of belongings, which tipped over into the drive-through lane. It put a serious damper on what was a really nice evening out with my wife-to-be. Is this how we want Dana Point to be represented? The sorry state of the south entrance to our lovely city is reason enough to back the Doheny project. Since we live in Capo Beach, we drive by that area daily, a blight on our town, and oftentimes the first thing visitors see when they arrive. Shameful. It's an obvious fact that a high-end hotel will beautify that area of town and make good use of 0.76 acres of park land, which now serve as a homeless shelter. In addition, it will provide for another much-needed upscale restaurant and bar in Dana Point and an actual promenade for visitors to Doheny. I lived in CDM for several years prior, and during the decision-making phase for the beautification of PCH, I listened to many of the same complaints that I hear coming from those ill-informed or frightened residents who are opposed to any change. Traffic, noise, departure from tradition, etc. But look at CDM now, or Newport Beach, Laguna, Huntington, all have continued to evolve and create new spaces and business development for residents to be proud of and for visitors to come back to. I urge you not to be swayed by a loud minority of residents who are driven by fear of change, a blind allegiance to building codes, and a blatant distrust of outside invasion. While their intentions may be in the right place, their opposition to this project is not in the best interest of Dana Point's long-term development and prosperity. The Doheny Hotel will provide for a multitude of benefits, including tax revenues, an additional high-end hotel and restaurant, increased business development and foot traffic, and finally to help keep people off that shuttle headed to Laguna Beach. As someone in their late 30s who moved to Dana Point within the last 5 years and who plans to be here another 40, I strongly urge you to block out the negativity that is coming from a small group of folks. Dana Point has yet to reach its full potential, and with the help of the Doheny Hotel, we will be positioned as one of the crown jewels of OC Coast destinations. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Albert Hanna.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Albert Hanna. I've been living here for a very long time, and I can't believe it's taken this long to get this project off the ground. 7 years. I have good news and bad news. Here's the bad news, guys, that you live here. If this project was turned down today, here's what's going to happen. The no-tell motel, cockroach motel, will reopen, and I'll be there. The corner is going to be a liquor store, or here what qualifies for a massage parlor, a marijuana dispensary, a dry clean, or a liquor store. Is that what you really want? Really? Okay, that's what you want. Okay, buddy. All right, next, all right? 7 years of carrying cost, interest, plans, so on and so forth. And we're sitting here playing, oh, we don't like it. What don't you like about this building, for God's sake? You like that liquor store? You like that corner? Would you rather have this and that, for God's sake? Wake up. I know it's late and we should have started on time. We'd all been home by now. But it's okay. Another thing, you're talking about building skate parks and this and that, and you're short money and you want to go with some developer to build a skate. This project's going to bring $2 million into the city every year. $250,000 in bed tax. Does that mean anything to anybody of you? That's $2.2 million a year for the city, for the kids, for the schools, for the merchants. It's going to create new jobs. 200 industries going to work in this hotel to build it. Over 300 employees going to get jobs. Maybe these guys we're talking tonight never was laid off or don't know where the next paycheck coming from or their mortgage payment. They're just sitting there dictating, oh, we don't like it. Well, maybe you should get laid off or not know where your next meal is coming from before you talk. Also, tourism. Dana Point is beautiful. Okay, we need to make it beautiful. We want it to be like Malibu. We want it to be like Santa Monica. We don't want it to be this like junky city that people come in and just full of hookers and drug addicts and massage parlors. We don't want that. So don't let these guys here blackmail you by telling you, listen, if you don't vote for us, guess what? I'm not voting for you. Do the right thing. Vote it, let's get this thing built, and let's get rid of this junky corner and make it beautiful. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Okay, wait. Please. Order, please. Okay. Now you can clap. We have our final speaker, Josh Cantor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I am an associate with Government Solutions. I was unfortunately cut short of my debut on the City Council, but I'm here in public comment. I just want to tell you about the community outreach that we've been doing since last October. On our first event that we ever went to, the Dana Point State Barbecue Championship, On Saturday and in October, we spent the day giving overviews of the hotel to a bunch of people that walked in and out and enjoyed a great barbecue. But my experience has been that overwhelmingly, people support this hotel. We had at least 23 people sign supporter cards that I have for the record, and I'll give to Kathy afterwards, on this day and continuing on from then. So the next event that I'd like to highlight is the Dana Point Turkey Trot. Unfortunately, we weren't able to be there at Thanksgiving, but the day before, we collected another 7 supporter cards that I have here as well. The next event is the Doheny State Beach Interpretive Association. We went before their board and collected another 7 supporter cards that I have here. Leading into our final Planning Commission hearing, we went and met and had we had 4 people sign Planning Commission letters to the Planning Commission supporting the hotel. Next, we went to the Dana Point Food and Music Wine Festival just recently and had 26 people sign additional letters for the hotel. But I think our greatest community outreach effort has been our door-to-door. Starting immediately surrounding the hotel and continuing throughout the city, we had 63 people signed supporter cards in favor of this hotel. And then lastly, I want to point out a special community outreach that we did. Before the last Planning Commission, we ran an ad, 3 ads actually, in the Dana Point Times. The first 2 were just quarter-page ads, and the last one was a full-page ad which asked supporters to cut out a card and mail it to us. I have here 13 of those that were mailed in and an additional 3 that were submitted to us via email. These people took the time to write our address on the envelope, submit a stamp, and then mail it to us. And so I'd like to enter all these into the record right now. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our public comments. I know it is late, but we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene, and we'll start in with the appellant's rebuttal. Yeah, I know, okay. If we could have everyone seated, we'd like to reconvene our city council meeting. Okay, at this time, we'll now continue with the appellant, who will be allowed 10 minutes for rebuttal. That's all I need. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead. I know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, my name is Coralie Newman, and I am representing the applicant this evening on the Doheny Hotel. A couple of things. The testimony, one of the first people that testified, Nancy Jenkins, did mention the rewritten condition on the loading and unloading, and I would like to say again that that's condition number 46, which we have now given to the city clerk, and I'm hoping that the council now has that in front of you as you deliberate this item. She did mention that this was an improvement, and I appreciate those comments. Also, condition number 10 was brought up, which should also be in front of you. That was brought up by the Architectural Guild, and it does talk about the hotels coming back for review of exterior materials, colors, and design details. And I think that really does address much of the comments that were made this evening. There were comments about design details and the look of the hotel, and we are suggesting that that does come back to city staff with an architectural committee, and that condition should be in front of you, handed out by the city clerk. Finally, if the council does determine that they would like to look favorably upon our appeal, there is a condition about adding a bridge across and the ability for our property to
take on that if the council or future councils so decide to do that. One of the things that we heard, I think the consistent testimony was follow by Dana Point rules. And I want to make a couple points on that. We are following Dana Point rules. And one of the parts, first of all, it's very important to note that the highest and best use of the zoning and the general plan in the coastal zone is visitor serving uses. This use, a hotel, is allowed on this property in this site, and it is considered the highest use by the in the coastal zone, visitor serving uses. What's also noted in your staff report is that all hotels in Dana Point go above the 35 feet. If you look at page 17 in your staff report, it clearly gives the findings for this variance and the rationale for that. And it talks about the fact that the Laguna Cliffs Marriott, located in the same vicinity and zone, exceeds the applicable 35 height limit by at least 20 feet and was granted a variance for that height. The Best Western Hotel in the same facility and zone across Pacific Coast Highway was subject to the 35 height limit, and although not granted a variance, it is up to 45 feet as measured by the applicable code provisions and 60 feet high if measured from the sidewalk. In the same vicinity, the Doubletree Hotel was granted a variance to exceed the 35-foot height limit and encroach into the property's rear yard. Finally, the Ritz-Carlton also exceeds the 35 height and was recently granted by this city council a height variance as part of the expansion of that hotel. So I think in all due respect to the Doheny Hotel, we are playing by Dana Point's rules as it relates to this use, hotel use. I think the Planning Commission, the appeal is addressing the Planning Commission's concerns by lowering the height to 4 stories and by greatly reducing the number of rooms. Those were the concerns that were raised: mass, scale, traffic, height. By what we're appealing to you this evening, we've addressed all 4 of those issues. Additionally, I believe that the reason the variances can be granted for height is that we do not block any views. And if this council would so choose to look at that item again, we do have a set of view sims as part of our presentation. If we are asked to look at those, we can show the council and the audience those. We unfortunately ran out of our time in our presentation. But they clearly demonstrate why a variance in this particular case should be granted. I think there's always, the parking was discussed. Again, we are providing, when we started this process, we were talking about 50 spaces off-site. And through a lot of discussion in the community, there was a demand that those public parking spaces be on-site. And that is, I think we've addressed that community concern. We've brought that public parking completely on-site. And that's one of the benefits of allowing us on the Lantern Park. Let me see. In terms of traffic, I think the Planning Commission fully vetted that issue. And by reducing the hotel by the amount of rooms that we are, we're improving traffic, again, over and above the fact that we're providing numerous traffic improvements, which the staff did highlight. We're providing a double left on Pacific Coast Highway and a free right. Those improvements, along with a U-turn, actually improve the traffic in this area and make this intersection work at a level of service better than it currently is working. So traffic is not an issue. I think those are pretty much going through the comments. I think that we've heard over and over and over again that there is a strong desire to see this property improved. There is a strong desire for us to respect Dana Point's rules and regulations, which we are doing. The zoning code clearly allows for an applicant to appeal, which we are doing. And the zoning code clearly allows for variances where the findings and when the findings can be made. And in this case, those findings can be made and are clearly outlined in the staff report in front of you. I guess in conclusion, we believe that we have truly addressed the feedback that we've gotten through this public process, which has been very extensive, and we really appreciate everyone's spending their time here this evening as citizens and participating in the process. We think that we've addressed the concerns as they've been listed. We've taken the trash off Pacific Coast Highway. We've limited deliveries. We've put most of the deliveries into the hotel, which was one of the stated concerns. We've lowered the hotel. We've reduced the rooms. And I think that this project is ready for approval by the City Council based on the appeal that we have in front of you this evening. So with all due respect, I hope that we are able to get into a productive discussion on this appeal, and you find it in your decision-making process to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now close the public hearing. I just want to make a comment with regard to all of the communication that we've received on this item and on other agenda items as well. Just so you know, if you send in emails to us, we do make copies for all of the council members so that we have a complete set of all of the communication for any agenda item. Okay. At this time, I'd like to turn it back over to the council for deliberation. Who would like to begin? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll ask, basically a question of our city attorney, and that is, it has to do with the letting the hotel use, part of the parkland, and how, it appears we can't do a quote easement, but there is a method of allowing them to use it.
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg. In the event that the council were inclined to approve the project, including the portion of the park, it ultimately becomes a factual question for the council to make a determination on, just like much of the project. The grant deed from the county says that the land has to be used for an open space public park and uses incidental to park uses. The project is proposing to provide the city with 50 parking spots. It's a pretty well-known fact that Lantern Bay Park is underparked, that we have a lot of parking issues up there. Providing us with parking spots certainly is something that's incidental to park uses. The segment of land we're talking about is, in essence, unusable land. And so it's not like we're paving over the entire park in order to allow for the parking spaces to exist. If you wanted to find factually that you think that putting in a driveway or a roadway to the parking spaces across that segment of land is incidental to park purposes, that's within your discretion to determine. So the way that we would structure it, if you were inclined, or the suggested way we would structure it, would be to have the applicant enter into something we would, I don't know, haven't drafted it yet or completely thought it through, but maybe call it something like a maintenance and improvement agreement that says they will build a roadway on that portion of the park. Everything that's on that piece of property would continue to be owned by the city. So they would build, in essence, a roadway across that, dedicated to the city, be required to maintain it, be required to indemnify the city for anything that happened there, and they would be able to take access off of it. Not different than really Park Lantern Drive that goes up to the Marriott. If you picture, if all that land had been given to the city under a similar grant deed, but we needed to put a road on there for people to access the park, it would be the same concept. You're paving a portion of the park in order to allow for access, and the Marriott happens to take access off of that road. So that's conceptually what we would suggest if the council's inclined to go forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve comments or any other questions, and I look forward to hearing from my other council members.
Okay. Council members, who wants to go next? Councilmember Olvera? Comments or questions? No. All right. Councilmember Breaux.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Bartlett.
I'm kind of a rules guy. We've got rules in place. The zoning code is there for a reason. I think we should follow the rules. But one of the problems is project by project, we haven't been following the rules. The pedestrian bridge, for example, is 45 feet. The zoning's 35. The Marriott's 50-something feet. The DoubleTree got a variance, 39 feet. We should have been following the zoning code, and it makes me believe that if every project that comes up, town center, the mobile home park, this property, maybe we've got some questions and our code needs to be updated. I think hearing from the community, what I took from the comments is, people are supportive of a project on that site. It's just got to be the right project. I think the applicant has done a really good job reaching out to the community, hearing some feedback. First of all, let's take a step back. Thanks for investing in our town. You bought a major piece of property, and you've obviously been spending money for the last 7 years on it. Thank you very much for your interest. And that's a big deal. That's what we're trying to get in Doheny Village, town center. We're trying to get people to come here and open up shops and restaurants and invest in our town. So, like I said, it's complicated because we have rules in place, but they haven't been followed. So I'm a little torn. I'd like to hear what some of my other council members have. But I think the feedback that I took from the community tonight is there's a project in there. Just what is it going to look like?
Okay, I have a quick question for staff. The Best Western, the Marriott, and the DoubleTree, weren't those constructed under county jurisdiction as opposed to city jurisdiction?
Ursula, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, they were.
Okay, because I know we have a number of what would be considered non-conforming projects in town, residential projects that are very high, especially in the Lantern Village area. And those approvals were done under county. The city was incorporated in 1989, but a number of those residents had received approvals with a variance perhaps prior to 1989, and those 3 hotels fell into that category. Okay, Councilmember Stoffel, why don't you go next?
A couple of things. First of all, I think everybody wants to see a very nice visitor-serving facility. I agree with Coralie that is the appropriate use for that property. Boy, I'll tell you, that's where I start to depart, however. Somebody made the comment along the public comment way that somehow the city council is not bound by the same laws that the planning commission's bound by. That's not true. We sit as a body of limited jurisdiction, just like the Planning Commission does. We're subject to the same legal standards in terms of making zoning decisions, making findings supporting zoning decisions. Frankly, when I look at this project, except for, let's just say most of the difficulties that I have with it and most of the difficulties that the Planning Commission appeared to have from it are driven from the height, because the height dictates the rest of the dimensions of the project. So I'm looking at these findings here that are meant to support the grant of an exception that is rarely granted and should be rarely granted as a departure from a zoning ordinance, because after all, I think another commenter said zoning ordinances lawfully passed are meant to exercise the police power to promote the orderly development and use of property. Variances are and should be a pretty uncommon exception, and under circumstances where you make very clear findings that exception applies. If it's not, you have essentially spot zoning, parcel by parcel, block by block, then what is the point of having a zoning ordinance at all? So just taking a quick look at these findings, and I know the Planning Commission took a much longer look at them than I did, I look at number 12 on page 16, and it says there are special circumstances applicable to the subject building site, the so-called hardship requirement, which, when applicable zoning regulations are strictly applied, deprive the subject building site of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity, subject to the same zoning regulations. For the purpose of analysis here, I'll assume that it's appropriate to look at all of these hotels as whether or not strict application of the zoning ordinance there in the 35-foot height limitation deprives this particular site, because of the hardship, which I might add was well known to the applicant early on. I think someone on the developers team mentioned the site was acquired back in 2007, and that the applicant was advised at least sometime along the way that variances might be very difficult to obtain for that type of project under these circumstances. But you compare it to the Laguna Cliffs Marriott, for example. I have a chart I'm looking at here, page 25 from a Planning Commission agenda report, April 14th, 2014. And the Laguna Cliffs Marriott, 11.61 acres, 33 rooms per acre. Ritz-Carlton, 17.5 acres. And that's a 24 room per acre. St. Regis, 14 acres, that's 29 rooms per acre. And I think the way I calculate this, the Doheny Hotel proposed at 208 rooms, that on 2.26 acres, that comes out to a whopping 92 rooms per acre. So if the hardship on the property is such that parity is denied to these other comparable, arguably comparable hotel sites, I would say that 92 rooms per acre is a significantly higher density figure. And obviously the value of the hotel is how many rooms you can get per acre, because the income is driven off the rooms and the banquet facilities and everything. That doesn't strike me as a lot of hardship there. Then I get to number 13. Approval of variance application will not constitute a grant of special privileges, which are inconsistent with the limitations placed upon other properties in the vicinity and subject to the same zoning regulations. Cited again as support for that finding are that these other hotels all got height variances. Now, I wasn't there to grant those. I wasn't there to see what went into the analysis. The mayor points out that that was under the county's jurisdiction. And I would also point out, simply because there was a variance granted for another project in a zoning area doesn't set a precedent. The evaluation is a case-by-case application of that zoning ordinance to the property. So, can that finding be supported? Will not constitute a grant of special privileges which are inconsistent with 92 rooms per acre. I could be off by a few rooms. I'm reading from the chart where the room count was 250, and that was up to 111 rooms per acre. So I would say that's a pretty special privilege. And I would say that it's very difficult for me to find a hardship in developing that site when the sought after density is, gosh, take the next highest among the comparable ones. 29 rooms per acre, that's a third. That's the St. Regis. Ritz-Carlton, 24 rooms per acre, that's less than a third. So what does that all mean? What that all means is I don't see a hardship for this particular project, and it clearly has special privileges that are being, when you compare it at least to the other sites that are being used as a basis of comparison in these findings. As a body of limited jurisdiction who, yes, has to sometimes have blind allegiance to the zoning code, That's fair. These zoning codes were passed lawfully with due process. Due process is founded on the notion of fairness. The fairness comes from the fact that everybody lives by those zoning regulations. Every single person in that zone, unless they can show that they get the exception required by the variance law, has to live by it. And they expect others to live by it as well. So, having said that, I do think that this type of use is appropriate. I do think this specific use is inappropriate, and I would hope that if there's a desire to go further with a project like this, that they understand that the residents of this town really do take their land use regulations very, very seriously. They're rooted in the concepts of due process and fairness. If that fairness is going to be observed, it better be observed by pretty strict observance to the rule of law. Those are my comments thus far, and like to hear some other comments from that.
Okay. Well, I think all of us want some improvement on that particular corner. I have a very good friend who lives in the vicinity of the Ritz-Carlton, and this couple absolutely loves our Dana Point Bridge, thinks it's a great gateway to the city. But when they tell friends to come down to Dana Point, they don't tell them to come that route. They give them Crown Valley to Coast Highway to avoid that entrance at Dana Point Harbor Drive, kind of what they call the blight on the corner. And so I think that really drives home the point that residents in the community really want something on that corner. They want an improvement there and deserve an improvement there. And it's a matter of what do we have there. You know, the purview of the Planning Commission is land use, and they haven't had the benefit of having the Option B modified plan in front of them. And I think in all fairness, with the comments made tonight, plus the modified Option B plan, there is probably a project in there that could be feasible on that particular corner. I don't know what it will look like in the end, but I think I would like to remand this back to the Planning Commission. That would be my choice, to have them take a look at the modified Option B, take into account all of the comments that were been made here tonight, and work with the applicant to see what we can do to tweak that project to make it acceptable to the community and perhaps compliant. So with our zoning codes. So that's kind of where I am at this point, but I'd like to have the rest of the council members weigh in on this. So who'd like to go next? Okay, Councilmember Olvera.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things in doing an EIR is they tabulate all the responses that people send in, whether by card, by email, whatever. And since that EIR was published, we received a lot more. So I was listening tonight to see how that balanced with what was submitted during the EIR review process. When they do that, they create a matrix of all the comments, and they try to address 13 items for all the comments. And then they use the EIR evaluation to try to mitigate or evaluate all those comments. Now, when you read in the resolution for granting approval, and it lists the findings, those are the findings that we have to adhere to in order to support our decisions or our individual decisions. I'm going to just go to quickly read, starting at the beginning for item 1, but then there in bold print it says that this is okay other for than the building heights and setbacks. This is okay other than for the building and setbacks. This is okay which a variance is necessary. This is okay, but there's a variance. Building setbacks, building height and setbacks. And then this is where I got most of my information from. There are 2 categories: unavoidable and potentially significant impacts that cannot be mitigated. And that is aesthetics and land use. Now, everything else that comes in here, like traffic, for example, was mitigated. Changes were made to Pacific Coast Highway in order to mitigate the traffic. So a lot of the issues that were brought up tonight are being mitigated. But then, one of the final documents that we use for our decision-making process is the statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact. And let me deviate a little bit. I get disappointed when some people try to take some of the facts that were presented and twist them and distort them. That doesn't help this process. But the overriding considerations, there are reasons that summarize the benefit, goals, objectives of the proposed project. The substantial evidence supporting the various benefits can be found in the preceding findings and elsewhere in the record of proceedings. These overriding considerations of economic and social benefits outweigh environmental cost and justify approval of the proposed project. We've heard some of the discussion saying that we need a project, we need something on that corner. We talked about variances in building heights. When I finally got around to, and Councilman Schoeffel picked out the exact same paragraph I did in number 13 on page 17, I agree with the statement, approval of a variance will not constitute a grant of special privileges, but my comment on the margin is, yeah, but look at the footprint of all the hotels. And so there is a comparison. So I look at this overriding consideration of economic and social benefits. If I can find that there is an overriding economic benefit, well, do I need the hotel for the city's revenue? I guess I really don't. We're doing pretty good right now. We've been talking about that for the last couple of meetings, that we're doing really well. We've increased our, but tonight we already got our revised budget is another $500,000 more than we anticipated a year ago. Social benefits, the social benefits outweigh these environmental impacts. Well, I think you are the social benefits. You represent the social benefits. So do we really have enough to override these two items, aesthetics and land use, to say it's okay? That's my question.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Schoeffel.
Yeah, first of all, Carlos raises a very good point. What I would add to that for clarity is he's looking at the CEQA aspect of this, the CEQA evaluation. I don't think you get to the CEQA evaluation. Certainly you can't make a statement of overriding considerations that overrides the fact that there's no legally sufficient findings to support the grant of a variance. They're really two different decisions. So while I agree with his analysis on the CEQA, I think you have to be right on both those points.
On both points,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right. Other comments, questions? Yeah. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me take a shot at it. Let me actually ask the applicant. You've heard the comments from everybody, you know, distorted, undistorted, et cetera. But in their mind, they're real. Do you perceive there's a project in here somewhere? If we said to you, our next meeting's October 7th, come back with a project that we can approve, work with the staff, and let's either vote up and down, and let's not prolong the agony of, you know, what is it, 7, 8 years now? I mean, we can kick it back to the Planning Commission, and they can make a vote, and whoever wins or loses will end up appealing back to the City Council, and we'll be right back where we are now. So let's make a decision. Let's, you know, if you think there's a project in there and you can work with the staff, let's make a date certain to bring it back October 7th and either vote yes or no on the project.
That's an awfully short time frame
I don't,
to
hey,
work within.
they've had 7 years. If they don't have a clue, they don't need another 7 years to figure it out. They know what it takes. They have the architects, they have the planners. Make it happen, and if you can't make it happen, come back on the 7th, say, can't make it happen, and we'll say, it's been nice knowing you. Come back some other time.
If I could,
If you could come to the microphone so we can get all this on the record, please. Thank you.
while the applicant's doing that, if I could chime in, if what I'm hearing you suggest is that maybe some more modifications are proposed, that some more staff analysis occurs, and if that's what you're suggesting, then in order to do what you're suggesting, you would need to have a motion to reopen the public hearing, and then we would suggest that you continue it to a date certain so we don't have to renotice. But that would be the process to accomplish what I've heard you suggest.
Well, first I want to hear from the applicant if they can make it happen.
Sure.
If not, let's put everybody out of their misery tonight.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Olvera.
one of the things that
Yes. All right.
yeah.
You have your 3 minutes.
Let me add my comment before you leave. I kind of look at this whole project as trying to put a 4-star hotel in a 3-star lot. So go from there.
Great. Why don't we give the applicant 3 minutes to discuss amongst themselves? Let's take a quick recess, but don't go anywhere.
In the pipeline. And I want to make it very clear that Mr. Weinberg saying if they can come back with a project that does not require any variances.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If they can come back with a project that makes sense, that we can all agree we can approve. Now, that may be with 0 variances, et cetera, or it may be with minor things that are immaterial. I'm not going to precondition it.
Okay.
That's up to them and the staff to come back with something.
And my concern, quite candidly, is we've been working with the applicant for a prolonged period of time and we haven't arrived at a project. We have a number of other projects that are going on. And my concern is we may not have the available staff time to devote to it by October 7th. And in all fairness to Ursula and her staff, I just want to make sure we put it out there because I don't want the staff to be the reason we can't come back on October 7th. I'm not saying I don't have a lot of confidence in the applicant. It's just that we've been going at this for a long time, and there are a lot of other projects we have going on that are just as important as this one. So I just want to make sure that, in all fairness to Ursula and her staff, that we can support that because we don't want to be the reason we don't come back on the 7th.
I would make a comment that this is the first time there was a drop dead date, and either it's alive or dead on the 7th. And, we can't, it's not fair to the community, it's not fair to the applicant, it's not fair to anybody to keep prolonging this thing and putting it back on the Planning Commission, going back through here, because whatever the Planning Commission decides, somebody's got $250 to appeal it. Okay? It'll be right back here, and we're going to have, 3 more hours of listening to this and making the same decision that I want to make on the 7th, and so we can get on with business, and we can take it off of community development's plate, because if we don't they're going to be dealing with it for the next couple of months off and on, and we'll never get anywhere.
And I understand, Mayor Pro Tem, you make a very good point about the timing and having a date certain. My concern is October 7th. It's really just around the corner. And when you consider everything that we've got going on in the city and community development, I'm just not sure we've got the adequate amount of time with the staff resources and multiple iterations back and forth. There were other projects that potentially would have to be put on hold.
And Mayor Bartlett, that's the problem. We've basically, every council meeting up until the seating of the new council has already been identified for a potential public hearing on an issue that needs to be dealt with. And my concern is those projects are just as important as this one, and those developers have hard money at stake, and they're relying upon a reliance that they'll get in. So I'm just saying that we have to. I'm just putting it out there because I don't want my staff to be the excuse we can't arrive at a decision on October 7th because of everything else.
I understand completely.
Mr. City Manager, it should take very little staff time because the ball is in their court. And if they can't come back with a plan that makes Ursula smile, then we're done.
Ursula will smile. I want to make sure I have 5 council members that are smiling. Again.
Thank you.
If I may, and I don't...
Councilmember Schulford has a comment.
First of all, I'm sympathetic to the staff's plight in this, and I don't want them rushing through something while they're trying to do other projects. Frankly, I think you can get to the same place if we have some closure this evening, uphold the appeal, and give some guidance for reapplication. As I understand it, Mr. Munoz, there's nothing in our code that prevents them from reapplying with an amended project, correct?
That's correct.
They could do that 100 times under our current code. And if the intent is to listen to the commentary that's been not only put forth by the residents, but in multiple hearings by the Planning Commission, which, by the way, really is the subject matter expert on this particular project, I would just as soon have them go back to the drawing board. And the drawing board could be very small this time. They have guidance as to what the residents are looking for, what the city council is looking for. That's guidance they haven't had before. Get some closure this evening on this process and let them reapply. That would be my suggestion. And if they reapply to the Planning Commission, I have a feeling that if they come back with a project that is a satisfactory project and complies, I have a high degree of confidence the Planning Commission will have no trouble approving that project, and I have a high degree of confidence that that project would not be appealed. So that would be my preference. I don't want to rush through this thing. I don't want to put that kind of strain on the staff because the staff does have a lot of other projects waiting in the queue. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, and I agree with your suggestion. I really think that the Planning Commission needs to have an option of looking at this modified Plan B with all of the input that we received tonight and work with the applicant. That is their purview, land use, and I don't want to skip that process. But at this time, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant. Cora, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, we would wholeheartedly accept the council recommendation for October 7th, and we'd prefer to come back to the City Council at that time, work diligently to address the concerns that we've heard. Thank you, if that's what the council wishes. We do not. We would prefer not to go back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
So with that, I will make a motion to allow them to continue this to October 7th. Is that the correct way to put it?
I think that your motion should be to reopen the public hearing and with the direction you've given to continue it to whatever the date is that you have in mind.
October 7th. And I hope I can get a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we call for the vote, please?
Excuse me, sir, you're out of order.
We've had a motion and a second.
All right.
City Clerk?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Breaux? Councilman Olvera?
Aye.
Councilmember Schofel?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Bartlett.
No. That item passes 3-0. Or, excuse me, 3-2.
3-2, that's correct.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
We'll now move on to staff reports.
Nothing this evening, Mayor Bartlett.
I
have nothing this evening.
All right. We now have council comments. Let's start with Councilmember Olvera.
No comments, and I'll turn in my attendance at meetings to the city clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Bro.
I ditto Councilman Olvera's. I actually didn't prepare my meetings in advance of this, but I'll get them to the city clerk tomorrow morning.
Okay. Councilmember Schoeffel.
None this evening, and I am delinquent, as always, with reporting my meetings, but I will get them, I will take corrective action with our city clerk.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nobody wants to talk.
I turn my meeting notes in, or will, very shortly. City clerk always reminds me every morning.
I'm going to mind you all
And with
now.
that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor.
All right. Am I the only one that prepared my notes for tonight? Well, I've attended about 22 events and activities, so I would like to take this opportunity to describe each one in detail to you. Can't you, Slappy? I'm just kidding. I'll turn those into the city clerk. And I just want to talk about some of the upcoming events. You know, we have a Relay for Life, September 20th and 21st, Battle of the Paddle, October 4th and 5th, the grand opening of the Dana Point Library on October the 4th, Dana Point Historical Society Home Tour, October 12th. We have Pet Project Foundation Oktoberfest on September the 28th, and Coastal Cleanup Day in Dana Point, Saturday, September the 20th. We also have our fall edition of the Community News is out at City Hall and also around town in the Community Center. And with that, we will stand adjourned to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be October the 7th.